Alrighty. What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice, back again with some gaming goodness. Unscheduled stream. I am just here to play some more Genshin Impact, though. I've been having a lot of fun. Let's tilt this up, and tip this that, and we are here to do more Genshin Impact, particularly Act 2 of NATLAN. Been no secret that I've been loving NATLAN so far. Has it been my all-time favorite region so far? Not as of yet. Not as of yet. Last time on, we did some exploration. So over the past 3 streams, we finished Act 1. And then on our last stream, we experienced a bunch of the world quests that NATLAN has to offer. In my off time, I've done just a little bit of exploring, nothing big, and a little bit of grinding to get some of the materials required to level up Kachina and Mualani. So, I did do one thing. I will show it off as soon as I get in. Yeah, so I'm thinking about NATLAN. NATLAN hasn't blown me away. When I think of the moments that define Genshin for me, your first time leaving Mondstadt and seeing Liyue. Passing through the Stone Gate and seeing Liyue open up before you, that's up there. Seeing specific cutscenes at the culmination of Inazuma's story where Kazuha activates his second vision. Going through the cave in Sumeru and coming into Sumeru for the first time, or crossing into the desert of Sumeru. Oh, that was so different and cool. So in terms of world exploration, let's leave out the Inazuma bit. World exploration. First entrance into Liyue, first entrance into Inazuma, and your first entrance going up the elevator in Fontaine, and having Fontaine open up and seeing all the waters. This hasn't blown me away to the same extent those 3 have. Mondstadt, I put it on the same level as Mondstadt and Inazuma. Like, it's very pretty. You can look at that. That is gorgeous. And it's so... I love the painted style, how the graffiti is incorporated into the skyline. That's really cool.
The most important part of going out to have fun is, well, going out. So just show up and I'll handle the rest.
What do you mean going out, Mualani? So I did check. Mualani. Hold on, where's my paper? It took me 78 pulls. When I was pulling for Mualani, it took me 78 pulls to get my first 5-star. And remember, they introduced a new feature that gave you an additional 5%, essentially. Still failed. Then it took me 76 pulls.
You can only do so much on your own.
All told,
group, anything's possible.
152 pulls to get Mualani. 152 pulls. That might be my worst luck I've ever had. But, so you could see all of my history with Mualani. This, I could go back 30-something pages and it's all me pulling for Mualani. It's all the same day. Bad. That's bad luck. That's the worst luck I've ever had pulling for a single character. Still Mualani. Still, that's where I got the cheat sheet. That was my first failed 50-50, or now 55-45. Failed. Nope. Nothing. Still going. Still going. Still going. We're still going. These are all the same pulls. There we go. This is where it changed. So 32 pages are me pulling for Mualani. But I did do a thing. I had some wishes, so I pulled for the weapon. I figured, why not? I set Surf's Up, Mualani's weapon, as my thing. In fact, I did this earlier today. And I got it. But I want to show this off. Ready? I don't know what my thing was at. It probably wasn't great, but I don't know the last time I got a 5-star. Whatever. So just pulling today on this weapon. I figured, why not? I'll just go for it. I'll throw some in there, and I'll build up my 5. So that's my first 10 pull. Nothing. Second 10 pull, I failed the 50-50, got Skyward Blade. And I'm like, well, I have the point. I don't want to screw over the point. So I'll pull it again. 2 10 pulls. And there it is. So I got Mualani in 152 pulls. Yeah! And I got her weapon in less than 30. There it is. Wild? Yeah. Alright, so I do say, this has been, I don't know if I have it active anymore. This...
Woo! Whoa!
is amazing. I forgot they incorporated this until I saw a short of someone using it. Using this to find items has been phenomenal. So they're now marked on the map. Mualanis are all up in the sky. These remaining ones, I think they're on the Sky Islands. Because I haven't been able to find them. But I'm just saying, that's phenomenal. Really cool. Where? Nope. Although, look at that sky. That is kind of gorgeous. So yeah, there's a whole new system for finding materials for grinding up characters. That's awesome. Puff Pops. Sick. Alright, so the one thing I still have to do is my daily commissions. I actually did a bunch of exploring, so I don't even need to do all of them. The only one I want to do, I believe there was one that gets an achievement. So let's quickly switch to Team Friendship. We're almost done with Luke. Well, this is a cool track. I don't think I've heard this one yet. Or really listened to this track. I also finally remembered that you could switch items around here, so I crafted a bunch of the, not all of them. I crafted a bunch of the new weapons. Oh, and I did get a Skyward Blade finally, which means I have 4 of the Skyward weapons: Skyward Harp, Pride, Atlas, and Blade. Where are my other new weapons? I got the Rainbow Spear for Kachina, which looks cool. Some... Oh no, I got the billets for them, but I didn't craft them yet, that's right. Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing, my guy? My apologies, I was thinking aloud, didn't even notice you. Allow me to explain. I'm Keita, Master of the Nightwind. Oh, because that's one of the tribes, okay. I still don't know what Masters of the Nightwind are. I think they're ice. That's my assumption. Because we fought the Cryostar, Liliu. So I'm assuming there's an ice tribe, and that's the Masters of the Nightwind. A few simple questions regarding NATLAN's past, present, and future. Judging by your appearance, you seem to be a traveler from afar. Should you be willing to try your hand at some questions I already have? Lie within your journey, past, present, and future. Sure. Above the flowing springs at the edge of the crashing waves is the tribe known as the People of the Springs. I know them. They are cheerful, kind, and love music, gatherings, and hot springs. Who are the companions? The Kaholosaurs. Ooh. Kahol, right? Kaholosaurs? Kaholosaurs. It sounds like Kaholosaurs. Indeed. Phlogiston may be found in many things, even within certain plants. There's a type of mushroom that contains phlogiston, the candle cap. That's the only one that I recognize. And they're all over the place, and they don't drop seeds. I know, I forgot all about that. You've seen the entire body of vibrant green, those who dart atop cliffs, Yumkasaurs. What is the name of the tribe? Signs of the Canopy. Okay. Yeah, those were a little too easy. Okay. Time trial, ley line, pyroparticles. Yeah, those are not important, so we're just gonna... I will say, this is pretty cool. That Catherine's right there. Again, it's exactly like Fontaine. Put Catherine right next to a teleport point.
Thank you for Add Astra.
Alright, so today I wanted to do Act 2. That is the big thing. It really bugs me, but there's supposedly a hidden teleport point somewhere. I don't want to just Google it. Oh, let's do this first. There was something over here. There's a missing item. That we were looking for. Someone lost an item, and we had a piece of paper. I don't even remember where I got it. maybe that was it? So the more I listen to it, the more I think the theme of the... That was it. No, we're there. A green edge slip of paper may only be used as flammogranite root system pass. Please handle with care. If you accidentally pick this up, please return to the entrance of the flame granite's roots. So it's to the south of the tree. So it has nothing to do with that? Okay. From Palette Cat. And I found this while just wandering around. A broken graffiti marked stone. Okay, so just to the south. Oh, is it about this quest down there? Right? Yeah. Alright, we'll keep that in mind. Let's get back into it.
Let's ride!
Put up a good fight. Here comes another.
Jumpy, jumpy, go! Pew! Woohoo! Check this out! That's the launch! 100 times full spotlight! Yeah. Strike a pose! Let the world come alive! Let's go, Twirly! That really hurt! La la la!
Twirly chip at them.
Right here!
Ooh,
Sparks and flash!
way up.
The show begins! Spin to win! Boing, boing, boom!
This is not my ideal fighting team.
Right here! Woo!
Oh, we were so close.
Strike a pose! Boing, boing, boom!
The weird little wind at the end of all of those just to collect all the items is so unnecessary but convenient but really sweet. Ah. It's good. I'm trying it. One of the new.
How brilliant!
I was never a G Fuel Gamer Subs guy, but I started trying it recently to support certain creators. I bought their cups. Charlie Penguin Zero, Moist Critical, whatever you want to call them, came out with a waifu cup, so I got an Iron Mouse. So I'm trying a Blowhole Blast, and it tastes really good. I think it's Shy Lily. Alright. Obviously not sponsored, because obviously.
Let's hope you put up a good fight. Here comes another.
I probably should have switched to my combat team.
Let's round them up.
Let's round them up! All right, you asked for it! Boom!
You're good!
Gotcha.
May I present? La la la. Dumpty dumpty go!
Can't hide!
I'm so curious what that burst animation is. The,
Gotcha.
La la la.
oh god, it's another way up.
Let my name echo in song. Let's shred, Sharky. Drilling down. Dumpty dumpty go. The show begins. Woo! Woo! Yeah. Yeah. Woo! Boing, boing, woo! Da, da, da. Shabam! Woohoo! Off we go. Blazing delight! Woo! Hi-ya! Ha! Woo!
You have no HP! How? I should probably switch out Kachina at least.
You're picking on me! You're good! Woohoo!
2, 3.
Amazing!
Heal up. And let's swap Sheena out for someone a little... If they're all gonna be...
What is the situation?
Prepare yourself to put up a good fight. Here comes another. Round them up.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
Oh.
Shine down.
Check this out. Best of luck.
Illusion shattered.
Fine, move.
These things are durable. I haven't found a super favorite way of beating these guys yet.
Ouch!
There is no escape.
That really hurt.
Illusion shattered.
Let the world collide.
Oh my gosh.
Torn to oblivion.
Carving waves. Catch an epic wave.
Nice job, Olani. With that, we're at 1800. We need to get a little bit of the next one, whatever the last area is, which opens in 9 hours. Enhance 5 artifacts, a total of 60 levels. Oh, I only got to do a few more to get that. Get it to 8. You're flying. Okay. I feel like we've got a lot done now. Let's heal up. We're doing good on exploration. Oh, you know what? We're at 39% here. Let's go 1 more % in the south. Let's just find a chest or something.
Off we go.
Where is heal? There is heal. I also found something that I'm really wary of. That giant arena-looking place. I haven't gone in there yet, but it makes me wary. I mean, look at it. That's absolutely an arena, right? Just in case, let's
What shall we?
put our daddy in there. Daddy Zhongli.
Show me.
Okay, never mind. I was worried. I'm like, because I found out when we were looking at the achievements.
Hey guys, how's it going? Another chance to
That there are a number of secret bosses, and all of them have secret challenges. Like, remember I fought those 3 Fatui on my very first stream. Very excited to find them. I thought that was cool. Found out there's one, defeat them all within 10 seconds of each other. Like, that's insane. Huh? There's so much fish. What are you doing? EY and I are waiting for the flow current birds to return to shore. Come on, EY, you're a good kid. Don't be patient. Our original plan was to come down here and play, but no one else is down here other than Uncle Rongo. You haven't lured any birds over at all. Oh wait, if we can find one more, I can level up Mualani.
need a surfboard? Off we go.
Just a boop. Oh my god, they're like beach balls. They're beach ball birds. That must be the last of them. There you go. These chubby penguins are adorable. Seabird at noon, was that called? Wait, am I?
Right here. Ah, shower me with yucky ducky toe. Ooh, ooh. Yeah. Woo.
Alright, with that, 40%. There you go. Ooh, more of the things from Mualani spawned over here. Hold on.
Faster.
There. There. Oh my god. Which should mean... Alright, 70.
It's my lucky day, I just know.
NATLAN's greatest guide. Well, I have Tevat's greatest guide on my side. I don't need you. Although, I'll admit Tevat's greatest guide doesn't know the first thing about NATLAN. So, that's not ideal. I just need 2 more of these. 2 more green whistles and 1 more of those. And I can also level up Kachina.
I told you today's our lucky day.
Alright, so we are...
Need a surfboard?
So I just need to do either 1 more quest to get Hot Spring O'Clock, a recipe. And it's probably that underground mission that I started that was over here somewhere. Okay, let's... I want to use Kachina and Mualani for the main story. So let's switch to fight team. Go fight this big guy one more time.
Strike a pose! Let my name echo in song!
Bow your head.
Jumpy, jumpy, go!
Settle down.
There is no escape.
Let the mighty be humble.
Alright. And with that... My god. Two green whistles.
to rubble, the flame never once went out. It shall reignite the next morn.
There we go. Big boost. What does that do? The weight of stone. Twirly Dirly's damage is increased by 20% of her defense. I also got this, that every time I use her elemental skill, it increases her defense. But I need to find this. Alright. Alright, so hey, we're getting there with these two. They're a little bit closer. So now it's time to start the story. Act 2. So we got some stuff that's locked behind Act 2. But we also got, like, the dragon side story, that's right, and all these tiny world quests.
Let's ride!
It seems like there might be a chest hidden under there.
Need a surfboard?
So I'm very curious what happened with Atea. I really did like her.
Off we go.
And the more I thought about her, the more interesting she seemed. Because that means she was in the same group as the current Pyro Archon and Liliu, who we fought as Kachina, the Ice Woman, who built towers of ice, which was
Need a surfboard?
so different and cool. And felt like a proper boss fight.
Paimon feels like a whole new Paimon after those 2 days in the hot springs. The Abyss kind of threw a wrench in our relaxation, though.
Alright.
Still, spending time here, the Kaholosaurs are so nice and so fun to play with. Their bellies are super bouncy. Oh, and Atea's snacks were so delicious. She gave Paimon some for the road just this morning,
So
actually.
Atea's still around, that's good.
Yelling at some kids who got caught throwing stones in the hot springs, so not much has changed since we first met her.
Part
Hey,
of
you
me
guys.
hopes
Sleep
that
well last night?
Atea passes in combat so she can be resurrected. Because we know she has to have an ancient name because she said she's been resurrected before.
Yep, this area is so nice. Glad you like it. I was thinking of taking you guys out to do some sea fishing. Later tonight, we can eat whatever we catch. Fresh fish is absolutely delicious right off the grill.
Hey, Mualani!
Yeah? What do you need?
That's Tanina from the
team
tournament.
sent out to fight in the Night Warden Wars has returned.
And Kachina? Is she back?
Kachina fell in battle. But don't worry, the team was victorious, so the rite of resurrection will be held in the
Kachina
stadium
died?
soon.
That's horrible!
That's a relief. The Abyss is cunning, and it was...
Exactly. She deserves to hold her.
Alright, thanks for letting me know.
Kachina straight up
Sounded a
died.
little anxious there. Had me thinking it was bad news for a moment. Mualani, you said the Abyss was cunning just now, but it seems like the Abyss just wants to destroy everything. Like, think about all those monsters that attacked your tribe. If there really was some sort of cunning plan, wouldn't it make more sense to send them to attack Kachina and her small team? Not that Paimon wants them to be in any more danger. Relax, I get it. The Abyss is difficult to understand, that's for sure. At a glance, it certainly seems like the only goal is total destruction. The Abyss isn't a living entity after all, so what capacity for logic or planning could it possibly possess? But through our long history of fighting the Abyss, we've realized things aren't quite so simple.
I mean, there is an order within the Abyss that does have very concrete goals.
500 years ago, the Abyss invaded Tevat. You know about that, right?
Oh,
That's right.
I was there.
Conria suffered greatly during that time. But so did every other nation in Tevat, and NATLAN was the worst affected of all. It took the combined efforts of the then Pyro Archon and heroes from every tribe to finally repel the Abyss.
I don't think you guys had the worst of all. Because Conria's efforts during that war led to their destruction at the hands of Celestia, so...
Even so, the effects of the invasion lingered for hundreds of years, only able to be reversed little by little. Our tribe's waters were contaminated. The Children of Echo's territory was overrun by dangerous sludge surging from underground. Unrelenting black winds tore
that's
across
the
the
corruption
lands
we
of the
saw in the
Flower
chasm?
Feather clan.
Black Winds. Black Wind Guai, the giant bear that we fought in Black Myth Wukong.
It was like each disaster was designed for a specific tribe.
So the Abyss understood the foundation of each tribe.
Exactly. We once thought that the Abyss's desire for destruction was a sort of primal instinct. But its methods are, in truth, marked by intelligence.
Todoko.
We now believe the Abyss has invaded the Night Kingdom.
Yeah.
And has the capacity to read
That's the land of the
memories
way
this
out.
land at any given moment. And that's how it became so dangerous and cunning. Yes. And that's why we've been unable to fully eradicate it, even after all this time. Luckily, the problems left behind by the Abyss have been successfully addressed by the various Pyro Archons we've had over the years. Now every tribe is prospering and things are looking up. I mean, just look at what we managed to do a few days.
In other nations, I've seen how much effort it takes to truly eradicate the Abyss. The people of Natlan live in its shadow every day. Who knows how long it will take for them to win.
Sacrifice a lot to get to this point. Every battle, every sacrifice is in pursuit of a future where we get to stop fighting. Responsibility, duty, unavoidable burden. Everyone in Natlan views the war differently. But I believe we will be rid of the Abyss one day. And the efforts of all who fought against them will become a story for the ages. To think that my name could survive in ballads passed down to future generations, it's kind of romantic. Everyone has something that drives them forward, you know?
Does she have one fingernail painted different?
Be my guest. Heroes are always welcome in Natlan. Anyway, let's head to the stadium. Our fishing trip can wait until Kachina's back. The sea's not going anywhere.
Black stone under a white stone. So my theories. I thought Mualani would die because we heard that Mualani had never been resurrected because she never died. She never fell in battle. My other thoughts are that the Traveler might die, and we might go to the Night Kingdom and be resurrected, being the first Outlander outside of Natlan to be resurrected. Those are my two current theories.
Need a surfboard? Ha! Carving waves! Let's ride!
I want to know something. Can I...
How about this? Take a seat.
Ha! You didn't expect a god who could walk on water to come over and destroy the platform you were on? You unprepared fools.
Yep.
Oh my god, yes! Those gills!
More interesting trinkets for me. How brilliant! Faster!
Over this way. Is it in one of the...
I told you today's our lucky day. Stop that! Dumpy, dumpy, go! Pew! Full speed ahead! I'm flying shockwave! Door's over. Carving waves!
All right. Capybara, capybara. You are so cute, my capybara. I just picked these not long ago. These have respawned quickly. Not bad. Have almost enough to level her again. These are underground, these are above ground. See there. Those are on the flying islands. That's down where we saw the lava. But I haven't gotten down there yet. This track really does slap. I think the Children of Echo song is my favorite so far, but this song is really good. Aww. What is that? Use Nightshade to activate the Chamber of Night's trial. I have one part of that. So I have to do all of the side quests. Okay. So now I know what one of those things is for. So from what I understand, all of the tribes have a hidden door in their village at some point that can be accessed by getting together all of these. The fragments. And if I get all of these, which I got from doing that longer quest in the temple in the Scion's Canopy yesterday, that'll unlock
Need a surfboard?
This is pretty. What is that music? That was ominous. Alright, back here. My perpetual curse. Why must I be distracted?
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
Check this out. That's the
Finish this next time.
Carving waves. Let's shred, Sharky. I told you today's our lucky day. Strike a pop! Jumpy, jumpy, go!
Yep.
Yeah, la la la! Shaboom! Woohoo!
3.
Surf's up! Check this out! Best of luck! Oh no, I dropped it! Quick, pick it up! Hope I didn't...
Okay, now, no more distractions.
Woo! Da-da-da. Da-da-da.
Act 2, for sure. Oh. Mulan. Alright, here we go. Was she the only one to fall?
Whoa, this place is packed already!
Of course. No one's gonna miss out on the chance to welcome her here. Kachina's gonna be so flustered. She's never had this many eyes on her before.
Ooh, is she gonna, like, fail to resurrect?
Yeah, she doesn't seem like the kind of person who likes being the center of attention.
Looks like I'm just in time.
Kenichi, you're...
Yeah, a commission ran longer than expected, but I made it. I heard about the incident with your tribe, Mualani. Is everyone all right?
Yeah, it's all taken care of. Our new friend here's got some tricks up her sleeve, by the way. She's just as strong as Kachina made her out to be.
I could have done better.
Hey, look! Is it about to start?
That's right. Someone will come out and recite a eulogy, and then we'll sing the Ode of Resurrection together. Come on, let's find a spot with a good view. When the singing starts, just follow my lead and you'll be fine. Let's go somewhere higher up, so
Okay.
Warriors of NATLAN, heed the call of life. We are the inheritors of memory and legend. Those who grew alongside sun and wind. Those who forged our own destiny and future. That is NATLAN's fire.
So that's the sacred
The
flame.
lifeblood of our nation.
Ooh. She's going Super Saiyan. She's going Yang. She going into the fire? Okay. Obviously there's like the Phoenix imagery and that ties in with resurrection and life and death, but... Oh, this is the song. Okay, this is the song we heard during the concert. I've listened to this a bunch.
I could not find Kachina within the Night Kingdom, or locate her ancient name.
Oh no.
What does that even mean?
Usually once the ode is complete, the Pyro Archon and resurrected person will emerge from the flames.
What's going on?
This has never happened before.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. Clearly, the team sent to fight the Abyss. Think about it. The Ode rekindles all victors. We've witnessed it countless times. Since the Archon couldn't find Kachina in the Night Kingdom, that must mean there's more to this victory than...
Hey! You just haven't gotten over the fact that Kachina beat you in the pilgrimage!
Pathetic. The both...
Your wild guesses are misplaced. We completed our mission.
Maybe you
I really
did.
like her design.
But who's to say whether that little girl even contributed at all? Why would the YUB recognize someone like her, even if she was on the winning team?
How dare you insult a hero of NATLAN? Kachina sacrificed herself to repel the Abyss. She doesn't deserve to be subjected to your vile rumors.
Calm down, Mualani. There's no point arguing with the likes of them.
I can't just sit here and let them slander her like that.
To insult a hero of NATLAN, the person actually has to be a hero.
Okay, I hate these guys.
You...
Think about it, everyone. Who do you think is really at fault here? A girl who never should have even gone to war? Or the great Pyro Archon? Why would the rules of our nation suddenly stop working?
That's true. If she wasn't revived, it must mean she failed to achieve. Maybe the YUB interpret victory in different ways.
I mean, that girl didn't look all that strong to me.
Shut them up. She seems deep in thought. Why is she putting a stop to the commotion? Yeah.
That's not what...
No. She's been waiting for this no matter how daunting the situation. No matter how scared she might feel. You don't even know what happened. So don't you dare try to use this as an excuse to
Fine. We'll find out what happens soon.
That's enough. There is no doubt about today's
God.
victory, or Kachina's part in it. However, the failure of today's ceremony is undeniable. Kachina has not been rekindled, and to prevent further casualties, I have decided to suspend the pilgrim.
What?
No one is all-knowing. No one is infallible. But doubt is a means by which we seek the truth, not a weapon we wield against others.
I didn't mean it that way.
Nah, you dishonor
If
yourself,
there
you
are
dishonor
things
everyone.
you wish to clarify, then ask me directly. Doubt my answer if you wish. But now's your chance.
No,
Even though I have said nothing to change your mind, then it would seem the truth never mattered to you at all.
That guy doesn't even have the courage to answer the Pyro Archon's
Yeah.
question. So much for all that
I have a question, Archon. My friend Kachina. Do you have any idea where she is? It's extremely important to me.
She was failed to
I
be
know
brought
you
back.
said you were investigating the situation, but I'm sorry, that's not enough.
I've already shared everything I know. If you want to learn the truth and rescue your friends sooner, you should join the investigation. So, what do you...
Of course I'll join.
In that case, come see me in the speaker's chamber.
We should join them.
Oh, and if it's not too much trouble, could you drop by as well, Traveler? I'd like to have a chat.
There we
Rest
go,
assured,
called
everyone,
out.
I'll keep the tribal chiefs informed on the progress
I was gonna
of
go
the
anyway,
investigation.
because of course I was.
Once again, I apologize for the outcome of...
Did she just...
I believe she did. Let's go.
I'm just saying, I've befriended the Animo Archon. I was there for the death of the Geo Archon. I defeated the Electro
The
Archon.
situation is urgent, so I'll get straight to the
freed
point.
the Dendro
Kachina
Archon.
is undoubtedly
and I
a hero of
judged
NATLAN, and
the
I'm deeply sorry
Hydro
this
Archon.
happened to her. There's been unrest in the Night Kingdom, but I don't know what's causing it. As a result, I've been unable to track down her location. Until we find and address the cause of the unrest, the Ode of Resurrection will continue to be ineffective.
And that means Kachina won't be able to come back?
That's correct. Not until the
Oh, no.
problem with the Night Kingdom is resolved.
How long will that take?
It's hard to say.
Kachina always dreamed of fighting the Abyss. Of doing her part to defend NATLAN. She wasn't afraid of death because she knew, if it came down to it, the Pyro Archon would be there to bring her back to life. Whenever we sat down together,
But-
exhausted from training, she would always hum the Ode of Resurrection. She was supposed to come back to us. We were supposed to hug her and celebrate with her and share her joy. We supported her every step of the way, but what are we supposed to do now? Sit peacefully and wait for her return? Lose ourselves in grief?
I mean,
over
that's
her
what every
death?
other nation does.
Tell me, are we her friends? Or her murderers?
That's not fair, Mualani.
It's all right. I understand your rage and your grief. Kachina's life means a great deal to me, Mualani. Believe me, I want to bring her back as soon as possible. I would give you that peace of mind if I could.
I'm wondering how this is going to lead to the fight that we saw in the
But
trailer.
please, hear what I have to say so I can at least give you a broader picture of the issue we are now facing. Considering the recent attack on your tribe, I believe the Abyss has found a new means of undermining the rules of our nation.
You mean...
The Sacred Flame. The foundation of our resistance against the Abyss. If we continue to hold the pilgrimage and send teams to fight the Abyss, there will likely be more casualties. But if we stop altogether, the Sacred Flame will only grow weaker. The Abyss will scale up their attacks, and the tragedy we saw with the people of the Springs will only be the first of many.
If we compare the two choices, the former seems to be the lesser of two evils. Sorry, I know that may sound harsh, but I bear the name Malipo. Weighing the costs is my duty. The raw truth can be
We
cruel,
heard that during the side quest we did yesterday.
we need to understand it if we want to approach this rationally.
The story of
But what
Turnfire.
would you say, Mualani? This is personal for you. And unlike Kenichi, I dare say it's not a simple case of weighing up which course of action is less painful.
No. I can't choose between them, and I don't want to. Saying that one is preferable over the other is disrespectful to the people who suffered.
You're saying it doesn't matter whether I suspend the pilgrimage. The consequences will be equally painful.
Yep.
Yes. What happened to Kachina breaks my heart. But I couldn't bring myself to sacrifice other people for her sake.
And that is the crux of the problem. It's not simply a matter of choosing the lesser of two
So,
evils.
let me get this straight. It's
Either way,
suspend the
there will be
pilgrimage.
people who suffer. And the end result will be the same. Belief in the pilgrimage will waver.
End the pilgrimage, but that will cause the Sacred Flame to dwindle and weaken. And the Abyss will launch more attacks in kind. Or keep sending in people, but more people will die. In which case, the Abyss will just wear you down slower.
Once doubt has crept in, the people will no longer unite in battle against
Yep.
the Abyss. And that is exactly what the Abyss wants. Their ultimate goal isn't to break the rules that make the Ode of Resurrection work. It's to destroy the people's faith in them, to prevent what happened to Kachina from happening to anyone else. We need to suspend the pilgrimage. So that is my current plan. And in the meantime, I've made efforts to strengthen each tribe's defenses. Then, we have to find another way of strengthening the Sacred Flame to keep the Abyss at bay. This won't be easy. I'll need time to figure out the best approach. I understand your anger, Mualani.
Wow. Hyman thought things were gonna get heated for a second, but the Pyro Archon took the...
I owe you an apology, Archon. I let myself get carried away earlier, and I'm sorry.
We could always hold the pilgrimage without sending a team to fight in the Night Warden Wars. That way, we would still be able to fuel the Sacred Flame.
I've considered that, but the two events have nearly always been linked. Without the chance to fight the Abyss, pilgrimage rankings lose their prestige, and competitor numbers will drop. With fewer participants, the amount of contending fire produced will decrease, and the vicious cycle will continue indefinitely.
So, essentially, the Abyss has taken Kachina hostage.
What happens if you stay in the Night Kingdom for too
You've
long?
learned about the concept of ley lines during your travels, yes? The Night Kingdom is something similar. Staying there for a short period of time shouldn't have an effect on the person. But with the Abyss in the picture, it's a different story. Your sense of self will be devoured, until eventually you become one with the Sea of Souls. Imagine pouring a cup of water into a rushing river. You can try to scoop up another cup, but there's no chance it will be the same water you had before. I won't sugarcoat it. That is the danger Kachina is currently facing.
She has resilience, though.
Just like you said, Archon. Both of these problems need to be addressed. You can focus all your efforts on dealing with the Sacred Flame. I will go search for Kachina.
The Abyss poses the same threat to you as it does to her. It is very possible you will not return.
Kachina's waiting for us to rescue her. That's all that matters.
I failed to protect her during our campaign, but I can make it up to her now. I choose to go as well.
Thank you,
Traveler?
Jessica.
What do you think?
I promised you would have a chance to learn from me.
Understood. Then I'll support. The Masters of the Nightwind have a technique that can extract an ancient name from the ley lines. If we can find Kachina's ancient name, I can use the link between them to pinpoint her position within the Night King. Then comes the hard part. You need to visit the Night Kingdom in person and rescue her.
But isn't the Night Kingdom a land of souls?
Under normal circumstances, only the consciousness can enter. But there is a way to go there in person.
Okay, so we can enter the Land of Souls,
Know that the Night Kingdom will attempt to repel you, and the Abyss certainly won't leave you.
Hey, hi, Chloride. Yeah, you have any questions?
That's
How you doing today?
Same here. Fighting the Abyss is nothing new for me.
So,
Won't be a problem.
Citlali of the Masters of the Nightwind once created an artifact.
Oh,
that
we
can be
know
used to
Citlali.
communicate
She was in
with
the
Wire.
trailer.
We call it the Spirit Speaker Stone.
So Citlali is a Master of the Night. We did not know that.
It was originally used as a ceremonial artifact wielded by the tribal chiefs. But that spiritual quality also means it can be used to search for an ancient name.
That was the artifact I delivered to the Scions of the Canopy a few days ago. Didn't think I'd be hearing about it again so soon.
Thank you so much for your help, everyone.
Your thanks are unnecessary. I will offer you whatever aid I can, but your fellowship and courage
We're a fellowship
are what
of
will
the
truly
soul.
decide the success of this operation. Besides, you're the ones helping me. I can only focus on one thing at a time. Traveler, I certainly didn't expect our first conversation to be so serious. I've heard all about your accomplishments. Ever since you arrived, I've been hoping to meet you and offer you NATLAN's highest level of hospitality. Why? Is that not what happened in the other nations you visited?
Again, no, we accidentally met one god. We saw the quote-unquote death of another. One tried to put us on trial. One observed us in secret, and one just straight up tried to kill us. So, complicated.
Yeah, things were pretty complicated at the start.
That's more like it. After all, I've heard you're someone who transcends fate.
You know a lot about me.
Perhaps even more than you can imagine. But we can
No,
talk
no, no,
about
no,
that
no. You
some
don't
other
drop a
time.
bombshell like that and move on.
Ideally, this would be the perfect night for a drink.
Oh, I almost forgot. Atea was wounded in the fight against the Abyss. She wanted us to give this to you. It embodies fond memories and my strength of will. That's what she asked us to tell you. She said you'd know what that means.
Ah, well, welcome back. Let's see, after a couple months, you were doing some Mondstadt, collecting chests, but notice some are missing.
I didn't think this day would come so soon. The flames of her life force. I can feel them flowing within the talisman.
Hold on one
If
sec.
things were different, the two of us could have enjoyed the hot springs together while she gave this to me in person. We're supposed to be hot spring buddies after all. But don't worry. This talisman means a great deal to me. I'll take good care of it. And once this is all over, I'll pay Atea a visit.
Yeah, sooner would be better than later. Hi, Chaska's joined us.
You
That's
said
cool.
you didn't want to jeopardize the production of Contending Fire. But that's not at all why you decided to suspend the pilgrimage, is it?
You're right. Even now, the production of Contending Fire is far from sufficient. The gradual corrosion caused by the Abyss has resulted in a massive shortage of pyro energy. And we're currently at the breaking point.
Maybe that's why the statue failed. If there's a shortage of pyro energy.
The pilgrimage is a lost
Because all
cause.
pyro energy is being funneled into the
Suspending
flame,
it allows
and
us
it's
to
barely
save our
holding on.
strength to defend the tribes. The Abyss has brought catastrophe to NATLAN. And Kachina's disappearance in the Night Kingdom is a direct consequence of that.
We can't let the general public know that.
No. If the public learned that NATLAN's destruction was close at hand, but if I said nothing at all, they would have continued to question the integrity of NATLAN's heroes.
Another simple choice. The latter was clearly the better solution.
I have never subscribed to the belief that the right choice is the one with the fewest sacrifices. Let's
Fair.
go. There's still a way for the sacred flame to last a little longer.
God, she's such a baddie.
Yes. Come with me.
All right, man, that's wild. That's gonna be some. There's gonna be some implications of that. So yes, there are some, not a lot, but there are
The sacred
some
flame
that
must never go out.
are
Not
locked
only does
behind
it
world
strike
quests.
fear in the abyss,
Not
but
story
it's
usually,
also
but world
the pillar
quests.
of NATLAN stability.
So like the little blue exclamation points that are hidden can unlock certain areas.
So until our heroes are ready, I will sacrifice my power to keep it burning.
But that can only last so long. I think we should focus on the remaining ancient name bearer.
Don't let desperation cloud your judgment. Those chosen by the Wyab have already embarked on their destined path. It is for them to decide how that journey ends, not us. All we can...
Even so, for you to make this sacrifice, it's not right.
Chests that are in camps and those are missing. That might just be defeating them. Like you've defeated all the Hill of Turtles there. Sometimes like chests won't appear until all enemies around them have been defeated.
If not me, then who? No other is capable of sustaining the sacred flame.
Oh wait, is this
I possess
cutscene
great
time?
strength, but I'm not above my people. This is part of my duty.
Oh, cutscene.
Archon, it's the Fatui!
Oh my god, are we getting him?
The Archon of NATLAN.
Number one, baby.
A force to be reckoned with.
Il Capitano, the first of the 11.
The secret of the ley lines is no secret to me. Long have they been destined for
He
ruin.
takes Kanich's weapon.
And since the oath made 5 centuries ago remains unfulfilled,
Woo!
what use is the Gnosis in your hands?
I don't know what you mean. But it sounds like this is about more than the Tsaritsa.
The glasses!
In times of crisis, someone must pick up the mantle of salvation. Your plan has reached an impasse, and now it falls to me to create new rules for NATLAN. But before the dawn of a new age, the old must be destroyed.
Ooh, look at that ice blade! Oh my god, that's clean!
I assume that's the end of your speech? Good. People like us.
Oh, I don't know.
Let our blades do the talking!
Cool. Friggin' fireball! Hell yeah! Giant ice spear. This is number 1. We know number 1 of the Fatui, 1, 2, and 3 have power akin to a god. Ooh. Oh my god, this music. Tracking bombs. Oh. That was wild. That might have been the best fight scene we've ever seen in this game.
Masters of the Night Wind. Send word. The captain and his followers must be apprehended.
Masters of the Nightwind? We know that they're the Ice Tribe. Are they involved in this? Oh. Oh, that raises so many questions. And we know he is the strongest of the Harbingers.
He was a formidable opponent. Exactly what I would expect from the first of the Fatui Harbingers.
I never imagined someone could match you in combat.
And we know, now this makes me want to meet Varka from the Knights of Favonius, the true Grandmaster. Because they say he went toe-to-toe with Capitano. People say she's gonna die to Capitano. I don't know. Maybe she'll die and she'll bring back everyone who was never resurrected. That could be cool. That's how she goes to the night location.
If the Tsaritsa sent him here, why would he bring up what happened 5 centuries ago?
Yeah. And how much does he know about NATLAN?
The Harbingers are all driven by their own personal goals. The only purpose that unites them is collecting the Gnosis. But I'm sure the captain has his own reasons for being here as well.
Whatever his motive, we should shift our focus to the Fatui. If they attack again, and we're not prepared, we're done for.
No. We're running out of time. The wound I inflicted should hold him back and weaken him for the time being. Besides, I'm sure you noticed. The power that came to his rescue just now came from the Masters of the Night Wind.
In other words, there are traitors among us.
Not necessarily. This could prove to be a very valuable turn of events.
That's Sitlani's tribe.
When we exchanged final blows, I sensed an unusual presence within him. I'll need to investigate further. Kanich, go to the Masters of the Night Wind and look into who could have aided the captain. Speak to Sitlali. She should know.
Of course. I'll head out right now.
Yes, but fear not.
You think she's gonna sacrifice her power to restore NATLAN?
NATLAN's strength has never rested solely in its Archon. Together we foresaw the only path that leads to our nation's future. We must trust in that vision now.
I don't know. I mean, they've given us characters with crazy power before.
Is everything okay?
Completely fine. Just lamenting the fact that I never got a picture when I could still turn my hair into flames. I just hope the others have a safe journey.
So she gave up the upper limit of her power, but I still think she's going to be playable. I think she's going to be a playable character. Because they put a lot into her design and people pay big money. So on a purely meta level, people pay a lot of money for the Archon characters. The biggest banners this game has are Zhongli, Farina was one of the biggest. And that's the fight going on right now. Awesome.
What's
Raiden
happening
Shogun,
at the
those are
stadium?
some of the biggest.
Did something explode?
Yeah.
It feels like the Archon unleashed her power. She must be fighting a formidable opponent.
Should we go back and check what's...
Have faith in the Archon. She wouldn't lose in a one-on-one confrontation.
Once we find Kachina's ancient name, we'll head right back.
Okay, let's just keep climbing. Emon really hopes nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't think she's gonna go the Battle of Ice and Fire. I don't think she's ever gonna be that strong, like full Super Saiyan. But I still think we're going to see her with a remnant of her power.
Off we go.
Has Capitano been confirmed playable? I try not to dive too much into leaks. The only character that I know is going to become playable is Columbina. Or did we accidentally get it in the right order? Cool. But based on what we just saw, and it looked, because we know his power is ice, but it looked like it was like, it looked different than every ice creation we've seen in the game. It kind of looked like black ice. And it had just a really, like, unique visual flair. Leaks, Columbina. When NATLAN files were data mined, Dane's... Well, we know Dane's going to be playable. Because they confirmed Dane's character. Everyone in the Tevat trailer is playable. And he's probably going to be one of the final characters. Dottore, I love his design, but I could take him or leave him because, you know, he's a horrible monster. I don't care too much about Pantalone, Regrettor. The character I want, but I don't think we're ever gonna get, is one of the stupid characters. I really want, Rooster. Oh, I hold up. I can't play as Kachina. We don't have Kachina right now. Let's throw...
There are still so many places for us to explore.
So I have some thoughts on this. Capitano might be our replacement for the Cryo Archon. I still believe we're going to get the Cryo Archon playable. I do. And here's why. I don't think we're going to get... Piero, the Jester. I don't think he's going to be playable. The character I want the most is Rooster. But I don't think we're going to get him because he's a body type we don't have. In terms of characters, we have small girl, medium girl, and tall girl. We have tall guy, and medium guy. We do not have short guy. Like, there's some slight variation in height between some of the guys. But we don't have a tiny child body guy.
A blade
which is what Rooster
duty,
would be.
as a jeweler cherishes their gem.
I also don't think we're going to get the puppet girl, Sandrone, with her giant mech. Although that would be awesome. I don't think we're going to get Pantalone. And I don't think we're going to get Jester. And I don't think we're going to get Signora, obviously. But I think the rest of them, I think we're going to get Capitano, Doctor, Columbina. Pantalone do look good. He'd be a looker, absolutely. He'd be a snack. He'd be 100% a snack. But seriously, I don't know why. That little gremlin, the mayor of Snezhnaya, he'd kind of just be my favorite, because he's this weird little gremlin with a big nose and long pointy ears. And weirdly enough, he was the character that was featured in the Tevat Travail teaser, flanked by Fatui. So I think the Cryo Archon is going to be the final boss of the Fatui storyline. So we kind of have 3 storylines going side by side. Yeah, he's the Penguin from Batman, pretty much. The old school Penguin, not more of the modern stuff. He's like old school Danny DeVito Penguin. So there's 3 storylines going on.
You have to see the world for yourself.
There's the story of the god stuff. What's going on with Celestia, what's going on with the Divine Throne, what's going on with... And that's going to tie in how we're getting all the powers from the different nations, how we're absorbing elements, what happened to us, why were we ambushed by the unknown god. That's story number 1. And I think that's actually the last one that's going to be solved. The second story is the story with our sibling, Dainsliff the Abyss Order. That is going to be the second to last story solved. Because that's going to be the Conria chapter and all of that. And then there's the Fatui stealing the Gnosis. And that's all the plan of the Saritsa. And I think that's the first problem that's going to be solved. So of those 3 final storylines, we know that the order has been Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Sumeru, Fontaine, NATLAN. We know next is Snezhnaya. I think that's going to be the end of this arc, but whatever reason she's doing it, is that's going to lead into the Conria chapter and the Abyss Order and our sibling and Dane. And then after that, I think there's going to be a Celestia chapter where all the nations come together to deal with Celestia and the unknown god.
Mine is right over there. Let's go.
Need a surfboard?
Well, let's see the next part of the story.
Chaska.
Nice to see you again, Wyna. I'm afraid we don't have time for
Have I met
pleasantries.
Wyna yet? No,
So
I
I'll
like
get-
his vibe.
Hold on a second. At least tell me why you need it first.
My friend Kachina is trapped within the Night Kingdom. We need the stone to find her ancient name and rescue her.
Rescue her? From the Night Kingdom?
That's right.
I'm sorry, but someone needs to tell you what you don't want to hear. Going there, a mature warrior would never make such a foolish decision. The nature of battle is unpredictable. You never know how it's going to end. Losing a friend is tragic, but when that happens, the best thing you can do is focus on how to prevent further casualty.
I appreciate what you're trying to say, Chief Wyna. But if the price of maturity is abandoning a friend in need, I'll choose foolishness any day. If Kachina's
Hell
still
yeah,
holding on, then
Milani.
so will I.
I thought you might say that.
She's the resilient one.
Is something wrong, Wyna? This doesn't seem like you. Life isn't complete without taking risks.
I will
That's
say,
always been your
she
mantra.
looks like she's from a completely different game. With the elf ears, the intense eye makeup that I'm just noticing. She has sparkles above her eyes. The pirate tricorn hat.
It's nothing. The Night Kingdom is a dangerous place. Can't blame me for checking if you were up to the task. If you're that determined, far be it from me to stop you. Here's the stone. Keep it
Ooh,
safe,
pretty.
okay?
Thank you.
Huh. Seems like you two go way back. But aren't you from the Flower Feather Clan, Chaska?
Oh, Chaska's a peacekeeper, so she's famous throughout the tribes. She's always the one people call to resolve conflicts, so we slowly got to know each other that way.
We
Her
know the
younger
flower
sister,
feathers
Queechee's
have the
always hanging around
giant
our tribe,
dragons
too.
as their...
She's helped us out a lot in the past.
Oh, you have a younger sister?
Yes. I'll introduce you to her sometime, but let's get back to business. Wyna, how do we use this?
As you probably know, your intended destination is completely different from the real world. The Night Kingdom is like a river flowing with concepts, and the ancient name you seek is like a tiny fish swimming downstream. In that
It's
sense,
between the
stone
realm
is
of
like a
life
fishing
and
boat
death.
drifting down the river. But the boat alone isn't enough. You need a fisherman, experienced enough to...
We couldn't do that ourselves.
With a little practice, I'm sure you could. You have the strength and the talent.
Who?
Vichama, a legendary warrior and scout from our tribe. He's got a keen eye and a well-honed intuition. Even his ancient name means to seek. If you're fishing for a name, you're gonna want him on the boat.
Vichama? Why does that name sound familiar?
He's one of Auntie Atea's hot spring buddies. I've heard stories about him. Where can we find him?
That's right, that was the name mentioned along
Ever
with
since Malco passed,
Liliu and
he
Mavuika.
spends most of his time gazing out at the scenery from the cliff tops.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay. You think the Cryo Archon's gonna die and Capitana will replace her for the Cryo character because they'll have to tie in with the twins somehow? My guess is that will end with the Cryo Archon collecting the Gnosis since the Hydra one's gone. and the Abyss ends up coming in, and the twins kill the Cryo Archon and end up with the Gnosis to get back their original power. Alright. Is the Hydro thing gone? No, because Arlecchino took it from Neuvillette. I'm pretty sure, right? Hydronosis. The Gnosis is just the symbol of authority. Yeah, it was given to... Neuvillette gave the Hydro Archon to... Gnosis to Arlecchino as a gift. For her and...
You can only do so much on your own, but with a group,
Child's
anything's possible.
help in driving back the whale. Alright, that's number 138. So I'm still missing a few. 131, 134, and 139. Pacha, you're not who I'm looking for. There you go. But I could see something like that. You're not wrong.
Someone admiring the scenery from the cliff tops. Ah, that must be him.
Because we know that
Hello there. Are you Vichana?
the Cryo Archon is still not the original Cryo
That's
Archon.
me. Did you need something?
She's at least the second.
What? You're saying you can bring someone back from the Night Kingdom? How is that even possible? No, if you really think about it, anything's possible in that kind of place. But that would mean...
Are you okay? You don't look so good.
Everything's fine. I'll help you, but I do have a small request. After I help you find Kachina's ancient name, I want to use the stone to look for my
Your friend? Oh, why not mention someone named Malco?
Yes, but I'd rather not get into it if...
That's not a problem. We agree to your request.
Yeah. Since you're helping us find Kachina's...
Then we're agreed. Can I have a look at...
My thought is we've never really seen the Fatui and the Abyss Order truly interact like that. Their stories of all of them have been the least connected. We've had the Fatui tie in with some god stuff with
From what I
Dottore
can tell,
and...
it functions almost like an abyssal pylon. Both connect the Night Kingdom to the living world.
Talking about the false stars, same
Once
with
the connection is
Scaramouche.
established, the abyss will come surging
we've
through
seen
the
the
opening like a
Fatui.
predator honing in on the scent of blood. So we have to be sure not to use it in a tribal settlement.
Wow, you got all that just from looking at it?
The Abyss tying it with the gods,
I
obviously.
just
with
picked up on the
Conria.
basics, really. I still have no idea why it worked. I'll go find an open area and start...
We'll go right away.
First, I'll need some hook ropes. Pretty much every store around here carries them, so no...
Wait, are you saying you're going to use a real net to catch Kachina's ancient...
By creating something tangible in our world, like a net, we can create a connection to a corresponding concept in the Night Kingdom. Basically, I'm going to use the concept of a net to catch something equally intangible. An ancient name.
Oh, I see. What about the second thing you needed?
Right. I need two chunks of obsidian. Once we bring the ancient names into our world, normally you can only get obsidian from the Children of Echoes. But I heard there's a traveling merchant from that tribe around here
Gotcha!
Alright, let's split up. See that clearing? Oh, and you can send someone with me if you want.
What do you think, Chaska?
There's no need. Lena spoke highly of you.
I appreciate it. Anyway, it'll take some time to set everything up.
You didn't finish Mondstadt. Sorry for your account, but you're already up in the lore, up to NATLAN.
Defeated, but also really invested in the stone at the same time.
The lore's great. There's some really good lore stuff
I don't have any more
here.
insight than you, Paimon. Hang on, Kachina.
I'm a big lore fan. These are just my notes for just NATLAN so far. For just the region we're in, these are my notes. I got... let's see, let's go back. see. This page is Fontaine. All of this is Fontaine.
Ever tried chasing waves before? You want to try? Well, come on. No time like the present.
No, that's not this one. This
I'll
page
help
right
you
here
find
is
the closest
Fontaine.
beach.
I love lore. So there's a lot of it in this game. Doesn't the Vitui have a tie with the Abyss in some form because they're allies with Skirk? We still don't know where Skirk's allegiance lies. All we know is that Skirk was a student of one of the... Not the Abyss Order. Or at least not as far as we know. We know that the founder of the Abyss Order was one of the 5 great sinners of Conria. But a different one of the 5 great sinners is Skirk's master. So they kind of have a loose tie, but there's no direct tie between them. Maybe. We don't know that. We know that Jester is a high-ranking official from Conria, but that's all we've ever gotten. We know nothing about his mission. All we know is that he was a high-ranking mage inside of Conria. We've never got confirmation that he was one of the 5 sinners.
But with a group? Hello. Do you have any hook ropes for sale?
Hook ropes? As in rock climbing equipment?
Yes. How much for your...
Oh, the whole thing?
Deal.
Let's see.
Wait,
so, here's what we got.
Really?
What, you want me to drive down the price? We just need these as fast as possible. Thanks.
Oh, no problem at all. I'll even pass along some information on the house. These ropes are usually used by rock climbing enthusiasts. If you want to learn, Roka's the person you want to ask. All right, that's everything.
Now we need the obsidian. Let's go talk to...
What we know about the 5 great sinners. Again, lore. Lore comes in handy. The 5 great sinners of Conria. We know Rhymedaughter Gold. She's probably the one we know the most about, because that's Albedo's mother. Pursuing perfection, ties with the Hexen Circle, has something called the Heart of Nibirius, which is the heart of a former god. She created Albedo. She created the Riff Wolves of the Abyss, which is horrible. And she created Durin, who I think is coming back. And based off of the early parts of this quest and the entire summer story, I think the Traveler is going to save and purify Durin. Verdirfulnir the Visionary. He's the one who created the Abyss Order. He was seen as a crystal chained in the chasm. He forced Hilichurls and Clothar Alberic to worship him. Through their words, the Abyss Order was formed. He created the stone tablets of prophecy from Fontaine. And he's Dainsleif's older brother. So that is but again, that's all part of the same Conria storyline. And because, again, everything ties into mythology in Genshin, he is based off of part of Odin's story. In the Tale of Odin in Norse mythology, the name for Dolphinir... Need a page where no one is making sounds for a second, Paimon. There we go. Verdolfinir is the hawk sitting between the eyes of the eagle on Yggdrasil, the world tree. Number 3, this is Skirk's master, Sertologi the Foul. He was the owner of the all-devouring narwhale, and his name means the sword, the flaming sword of Surtur, that was designed to kill gods. So that could be one of the anti-Archon things. Again, makes sense in Conria, it's a weapon to kill gods. And then there's the 2 that we know nothing about. Heroptatir the Wise. It's Heroptatir is another name for Odin, which directly translates to sage. So I believe he is the Dark One-Eyed King. Eternal Peace of the Pitch Black Void. He is, so of Irminsul, the world tree is Odin. He is Irmin. He's the former king of Conria. So I think maybe Jester served Hraptatir when Hraptatir was Irmin, the king of Conria. That's possible. And then finally is Rerir, the Rashier of Solnari. Rashier means get revenge, or it's an avenger of Solnari. I couldn't find the word Solnari in any of my research, but the closest would be Nourisher of the Sun. So one who gets revenge for the Nourisher of the Sun. But Rerir is the grandson of Odin, who's all about getting revenge for his murdered father. So I don't know how that would tie in, but it's interesting. Jester, if he's not going to be a jerk to the Traveler, might be a lore bomb to tie everything in Conria. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because Jester knew, Jester knew all about Conria because he was there. Alright, this is our last guy.
Excuse me, do you sell obsidian?
Why, yes. I've got a...
Perfect. Is that the only...
That might be tough.
Thank you so much. We'll wait here.
Relax. Everything's going...
I know, it's just... I could tell Vichama feels the same way about his friend that I do about Kachina. Kachina always carries all sorts of shiny stones with her. If I was the one trapped in the Night Kingdom, she'd have a whole pile of obsidian ready in a heartbeat.
Well, would you look at that? I did bring an extra. Here you go, young lady.
I like how obsidian is important because it's volcanic stone in the land of fire.
If you hadn't shown up, these stones would have just... Here you go. How's he doing? Malco's been gone for 5...
Do you know what happened?
I heard about it in passing while I was out drinking one night, but I don't know all the details. Malco was an amazing fighter, capable of knocking out multiple opponents in a single hit, while Vichama excelled at scouting and analyzing the battlefield. 5 years ago, they both emerged triumphant in the pilgrimage and were placed on the same team. But on the eve of battle, the Abyss launched an attack on their tribe, and Vichama suffered an injury to his leg.
Then what happened?
The team agreed that he couldn't fight the Abyss. Vichama didn't argue. He knew going to the front lines with an injured leg would make him a burden in battle. So they raised the issue with the... It's just... Malco and the others ended up facing hordes of abyssal monsters in numbers that far exceeded anyone's expectations. The team made an... Vichama
lost
went into
and were
a
not...
deep depression after that. He blames himself for everything.
Because he went to the scouts so they would have known.
Oh, you're not wrong. But it's possible he chooses to blame himself. Not because he did something wrong, but because he wasn't able to do anything at all. I've tried convincing him to move forward, to stop dwelling on the past. The Abyss has caused so much suffering.
Yeah.
And some wounds never heal. Anyway, that's the gist of it.
Do an extra jump from there? Ooh, chest. the King Jester thing, most likely will help us because, according to the lore, he tried to gain favor of the king, but was shunned because he was lesser than a major sage, and those sages caused the sin that destroyed the nation. Since Jester has royal blood, he's one of the immortal. Yes, so he is blessed with the curse of immortality. I mean... Oh, no, that was underneath. Dang it. I mean, do I believe he is tied in? Absolutely. We need another character with Wanderer just being a menace. Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like if we get any more... I mean, Arlecchino kind of is. I feel like any and all Fatui we get are going to be like that. But I agree, he could be cool, a very cool playable character. The one I'm most excited for is probably Capitano, especially after that awesome cutscene. But Columbina I'm also really looking forward to, because she just seems so odd. Okay, I get that it's right there, but I saw one of these before. There's Arlecchino. There she is. How you doing, Nick? We still got to see most of the Hexen Circle, not just Alice. We've heard from Nicole. We've heard from Barbatos. Oh, there's the doctor. Oh, cruel, weird doctor. Oh, Night Soul, inscribe your shadow in this place. Oh, this is a thing? What is this? Knight's Trial. Oh my god, what? Trial of Precision. During this trial, opponents will leap into the air using grappling hooks. Break the objects the ropes are grappled onto to cause your foes to fall back down. Apparently I did enter the void.
Time to begin work.
I'll take an archer just in case. Let me heal up just in case. What is... This is gorgeous. So is this the Night Kingdom? You know what? They said the Night Kingdom was similar to the ley lines, and it is giving the same vibes as Irminsul. Oh man. Oh my god, those are the those obelisks look like the feathers that Kachina showed us. And that looks like it has a connection to the Sacred Flame. Alice seems the most interesting. She's tied with a lot of the events, and she's Klee's mom. She definitely seems like the most powerful being. Absolutely. And the tease we got with her and the other witches during the most recent event.
Ready for launch! You can't fly! Woohoo! Off we go! Did I miscalculate?
La la la! Pew! Boing, boing, boing! Yay, I did it! Oh, wait. No, I didn't.
That damage was insane. So let's heal up.
We're way behind schedule. For Rex Lapis, born of ice and frost.
Yeah, she just cuts through shields. Chicoatl of the Chimeric Bone.
Did I miscalculate?
The one who walked with Lord... What is her name? She's doing Hydro, so where's my Hydro resistance? I picked not probably the greatest team for this.
You can't lightning echo in song.
Jabalba.
Next on the agenda. No touching. We're way behind schedule. I'm just way out of practice. Blaze over.
Oh my god.
Woohoo! Shower me with praise!
I definitely could have shown that coming in here with a more battle-ready team. Let's...
Access denied. You can't hide.
Oh my god. Okay. Oh, she summons new ones? Oh, man.
Born of ice and frost.
Freezer.
No touching. Yoo-hoo! Access denied. All hail.
Woohoo! Check this out. Best of luck! Jumpy, jumpy, go!
We're No touching. Time to shine. Born of ice and frost. Next
Oh
on
my
the
god,
agenda.
that cannon! Yeah.
You can't.
They insta-destroy shields. Yeah, this is wild. There we go. Now we're chipping. Now we're chipping.
No touching. Blaze over.
Let's ride.
Born of ice and frost.
Shower me with praise.
Here we go.
Did I miscalculate?
Yeah, blame the one minute we're complaining about how easy it is. The next minute they give us this.
Access denied.
Yoo-hoo!
Where is my chicken? Chicken, chicken, chicken.
Boing, boing, boom!
I mean, this is intense.
La la la.
I don't think it's as intense as that triple Fatui fight we did yesterday, or 2 days ago.
Next on the agenda.
Let's shred, Sharky. Strike a pop.
Next on the agenda.
Come on, guys, you guys get this.
Born of ice and frost.
Dumpty dumpty go.
Maybe you have one.
Okay, she was one of those. Oh. Okay. I get it. Love it. Yeah, oh yeah, there's definitely, this is definitely a challenge. Retry challenge? Oh. That's tempting. I appreciate it. And what are we going to see? Travel as weapons, the sun and moon style? I would not be shocked if those are like the final weapons that they release. So we know that there's this. There's a lot, apparently a lot of local legends. And when I was looking at it on my achievement tracker, I saw that there are multiple stages. I'll claim these two. Defeat one of them first, then defeat the other members. And then the third time you fight them, you have to defeat them all within 10 seconds. 3 super strong. That one, over the course of a single challenge, break all the grappling points before she goes into her hovering state. Huh.
Do you want?
Imagine the sibling and their weapon is the final banner. That would be awesome.
Fish blasting me? The show begins.
Oh yeah, and they'd make that their... Oh, I don't know if they would make it free to play. I don't know if they'd ever do that for us. You know, now that Dawe is in charge, maybe? They did just give us a free 5-star character. So honestly, maybe. I picked Jean too. I have all the characters. But Jean's, of them, Jean's the one I use the most, so I wanted to get her constellation up. So now C3 Jean.
These bombs, so heavy.
Did you get everything?
Yep, it's all here. When do we start?
I've made all the necessary adjustments, so we're good to go. As agreed, I'll help you find Kachina's ancient name, and then you return the favor. Go ahead.
You're trying to resurrect them?
Yes. After Malco fell, I scoured the battlefield to see what happened. It turned out he wasn't bested by some impossibly powerful foe. He was dragged to his grave by the sheer number of enemies. If I had been there, I would have been able to sense the danger. I could have warned them not to advance. I've always blamed myself for what happened.
Yeah.
But when you told me about Kachina, I realized there's a chance Malco might also be alive, fighting for survival.
It's been 5 years.
That happened several years ago, right? The Pyro Archon said all life within the Night Kingdom eventually becomes one with the Sea of Souls.
There might not be much hope, but I still have to try.
I get it. It never hurts
Malco
to try,
and I
but
promised each
don't
other,
get your hopes
even
up.
if we never managed to root out the Abyss for good, we would fight together until the end. All right, let's get to it. I'll start searching for the conceptualized version of Kachina's ancient name. If you see any fragments scattered around the area, please collect them.
The highest C5 you're at the moment is C5 Mona and Tainari.
Make sure you prepare yourselves for battle.
That's pretty good.
As I said, the stone will link the mortal realm to the Night Kingdom. The Abyss will likely emerge in response.
Okay.
Look at that golden thing. It must be one of those fragments Vichama mentioned. Let's get closer. Let's ride. Whoa, monsters incoming! Watch out, everyone!
Access denied.
Pew! Dumpy, dumpy, toe!
I'm really curious what these things are. These corrupted...
Horn of icy frost. This is long overdue.
Woohoo! Check this out. Best of luck. Shower me with prey.
No touching. How much longer, Vichama?
Not long. We're getting close.
Need a surfboard?
I didn't make it in time for that one. I made it. Yes. One more. That should do it. This looks crazy. This. Oh, there.
Quick, take it.
That's resilience. Her ancient name.
I found Kachina's ancient name. Hang in there, Malco. Just a little longer.
Something's not right. The power of the Abyss is getting stronger.
Oh no.
The Abyss is corroding his body. Vichama, you can't keep going. You'll die.
I should have died 5 years ago. I just need a little more time. Please, I'm almost there. Thank you.
I'm gonna be purifying him as he's doing this? Oh, this is nuts.
Whoa, watch out. The power of the Abyss is strong.
I can mash! I can mash like the best of them! I played Mario Party growing up!
This power.
Hanging in there?
Malco. No! Why can't I find him?
We can't wait any longer. Pull him away from the stone, Mualani.
I already tried, but the power of the Abyss has him in a chokehold. It's like he's tied to the stone with an invisible rope.
In that case, we have no choice. I'm sorry, Seed Lolly.
Don't destroy the stone. Don't we need that?
Chaska, wait!
Damn! Don't we need that stone?
Ouch!
Isn't that an incredibly important
What
artifact?
happened just now? It looked like the Spirit Speaker's stone was...
The stone's power was spiraling out of control. You were all caught in the shockwave of the explosion. You might feel dizzy for a while.
Give us a heads up next time, will you? You're lucky we managed to dodge it in time.
I thought I said to get back.
Yeah, barely a second before you made it go poof. Not everyone has your reflexes, Chaska.
Okay. I'll be more careful next time.
At least Kachina's ancient name is still in one piece. Vichama!
He's right there.
Vichama?
I couldn't find Malco's ancient name. It must be completely gone. Once your ancient name disappears, there's no coming back.
Yep.
From the very beginning, I knew there was a slim chance, but still... And now... It's too late to save him.
Vichama.
I'm sure he's heard enough condolences over the year.
Huh? What's that in your hands, Vichama? It looks like something...
Huh? This is...
A memory? Ooh.
Hey, Malco. Got any strength left?
Did he get Malco's... Oh my god, look at the rift hounds in the back.
Not enough to swing a sword, but to say a few last words.
Too bad. No one will get to hear them. I never thought I'd actually die on this mission. Not that I'm afraid to die.
Guess I have something to be thankful for then. My parents died a long time ago. They won't have to mourn me. Pisak! Always had to beat me at everything, didn't you? Maybe you're right. Maybe no one will get to hear our last words. But just in case, Vichama, I'm so glad you didn't come with us. Don't be sad. Just keep on living.
Oh.
For the both of us.
A fragment of his soul, because the Night Kingdom is the land of memories of the people of NATLAN.
Seems like we were able to salvage something after all.
Of course. Seeing him, hearing his voice again, it makes me unbelievably
This is a good
happy.
use of the NATLAN theme.
But it also brings with it an even deeper pain.
A deeper pain?
Malco was always the type to put on a brave face. But in that memory just now, his hands were shaking, and his smile was forced. For all these years, I regretted not being able to fight alongside him to the end. And now I know, at the end of his life, he was thinking the same thing.
Vichama!
I'm fine.
That kind of makes it sadder.
Actually, I heard Chief Wyna wasn't really on board with your plan. When you asked for my help, I hesitated too. I knew helping you find your friend's ancient name meant leading you one step closer to danger, but I also understood why you had to try. Once allowed to fester, guilt strips us of our most valuable qualities as warriors. In that sense, we might as well choose the braver path from the very beginning. If I could do it all over again, I would have followed Malco to the front lines no matter what. Even with an injured leg, there were still things I could have done. That way, even if the outcome stayed the same, I still would have fought alongside him to the end. There are critical junctures in life, and if you don't seize the chance to act, there's no going back. That's something I had to learn in hindsight.
Yeah.
But you're still at the crossroads of your journey, so I hope you can walk away without regrets.
Thank you, Vichama. I feel even more determined now. Wow. Kachina will come back to us. I promised I would find her, and I intend to keep that promise.
That's good to hear.
Once abyssal corrosion enters the body, a portion will fuse itself to your internal organs. Even though the Traveler possesses powers of purification, the corrosion can never be fully eradicated. Thanks to her, though, you were only briefly exposed. Slowing your breathing and controlling your emotions should help you keep this.
Yeah. Living at a high elevation helps too.
Huh. That does make me feel better.
Just speaking from experience, that's all.
Anyway, we've recovered Kachina's ancient name, so we're off to a great start. Let's and apologize for destroying this.
He'll probably understand. It seemed pretty important, but eh.
Koichi, are you really gonna just stand there like that?
I think you know exactly what I'm trying to say, Uncle Wina. I can hear it in your
That's
voice.
Chaska's sister, right?
Honestly, it's just one thing after another with you two. They're back.
Koichi? What are you doing here?
Don't play dumb with your own sister.
I like her outfit.
You know exactly why I'm here. My apologies, everyone. I just need to borrow Chaska for a few minutes.
Chaska's in trouble.
I'll be just a moment.
Who is that?
Koichi, Chaska's younger sister. Although the two aren't actually related by blood, it's kind of a long story. It's not really my story to tell, but I guess it's not a secret. You see, Chaska was actually raised by cuckoo sores.
She was raised by dragons?
She was afflicted with a rare disease when she was a child, and abandoned in the wild as a result. The Abyss found her out there, all on her own, and tried to devour her. But in the end, all that did was trigger her will to live.
So she's like Razor, raised by wolves.
The strength of will pushed her to survive. But it also planted a seed of conflict within her. Eventually, she was adopted by the cuckoo source. Wherever they went, she followed.
For some reason, Paimon can totally imagine that.
Well, when Chaska finally returned to human society, it was Koichi's parents who adopted her. At the time, Chaska still had a habit of getting into fights.
Ah, I remember those days. One of those fights was definitely with me. Eventually, she found a way to rein in that desire to fight. And now she's who people call to resolve conflicts.
John
She's
Cena
known as the Peacemaker. It sounds like she still argues with Koichi, though.
That's partly my fault. Koichi asked me to stop Chaska from doing anything dangerous, but you probably know by now, once Chaska makes up her mind, there's no changing it.
Oh, I get it. No wonder you tried to talk us out of going to the Night Kingdom. Chaska?
I'm all for your adventure. You need to take risks when you're young, because still, I can understand where Koichi's coming from.
Literally raised
All
by
right,
dragons.
it's just
That's
the two
so cool.
of us now. You have 1 minute to explain yourself.
I don't have anything to say. You don't have to approve, but you should know I only do what's necessary.
That attitude is exactly the problem. It's like you don't care. You try to sneak off to the Night Kingdom behind my back and then play it down.
Well, technically I...
Again with the... We agreed, didn't we? There are 4 levels of danger. If it's not something urgent, you can only engage in level 2 danger and below. You can only go up to level 3 if a situation is so... But a trip to the Night Kingdom? If that's not a level 4, I don't know what is. And you were just going to sneak into the place without...
What do you mean, sneak into the place? I always planned on walking in there with my head held high.
You bought off Uncle Wina, didn't you? He promised me he'd stop you from doing anything dangerous.
You feel like he went back on his word. What if I told you my mind was made up?
Oh, I knew it! So he did try to say something, but you didn't listen.
This is important.
This is a long
If you were
cutscene.
in my
Let's go
shoes,
say that.
you'd make the same decision.
You don't know that? I'm a doctor, and I handle logistics.
All right, whatever.
You... What do you mean, anything else? Why don't you reflect on what you've done?
Time out. Is this one of our normal arguments or a serious one?
Chaska, does it sound like...
Then... you need to know something. What happened to Kachina was partially my fault.
Ooh.
I can't leave her there to die.
But the person you become when you lose control...
That's a different issue. You said it yourself. A person is only as good as their morals. If I want to live in NATLAN, I need to display qualities that make me worthy.
So she's
of this
like a wild character?
I also told you that
sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
All right, let's stop this here.
Is that a threat? That sounds like a threat to me.
Koichi!
So, you're really going to go?
Then support me. I'll be back.
So, that's it.
Okay. Now I want to know more about Cheska. Apparently she goes into a dragon rage.
Something you wanted to say?
I know you aren't related by blood.
Really?
You know, I said that very thing to... It's not my place to get in...
Thank you.
Anytime. According to Kinich, it's an important ceremonial artifact.
If only Tone-Deaf Bard was here, he could have repaired it just like the—
It might be in a few more pieces than you remember.
Huh?
Oh my god, this is a long cutscene. Come on.
Stay safe out there in the night.
That was a little too much. Utabiti.
Off we go.
Alright. You have Cloran, Dia, and Najin. That's not that's a good group. Kachina's great, Jean is great. Dia is good in certain situations. I don't know, who do I have that's... I have Klee as a C2. Ganyu as a C1, Farina as a C1. Zhongli as a C1. I think this might be my highest C5 Jean. Kachina as a 1. Oh no, Mona's a C4. That's to Luke. Who are some other standard banner? Tainari C3. Dia C1. Oh, there you go. That's my highest. Chi-Chi C5. And again, all from failing 50-50s. I have a remarkable talent for failing 50-50s.
Carving waves.
And another cutscene. I feel like Act 2 is very cutscene heavy. So what happened?
Well, it's fairly complicated.
We fought Captain. Again, I really want to meet Varka now.
We can't go anywhere without them causing trouble.
But what if the Fatui finds out you've lost your power? Won't they try to take advantage of the situation?
That's why it has to be our little secret.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I wish I could offer you some sort of consolation, but I won't lie to you. With multiple factions closing in, there's nothing comforting about the situation we're facing. Still, all you need to do is focus on your goal. You can leave the complicated matters to me.
I can also step in on the Pyro Archon's behalf. There's a limit to what I can accomplish, but I'll help you however I can.
There's no need to be so modest, Ian-san. Your incredible strength has long
Wait, is
been a
Ian-san
well-known
Electro?
fact. You're the pride of your tribe.
Archon,
I thought Ian-san was
sorry about
Pyro.
before. You have so much.
Because we
on
saw
your
her
plate.
surrounded by fire
So
in the
much that you
Tibet
have to
trailer.
worry about.
You have nothing to
So
be
does that
sorry
mean
about.
the group
we
of
all
plenty
get overwhelmed by our emotions, myself included.
is the Electro tribe? That makes
Your
sense.
reaction to Kachina's disappearance, I understand that feeling very well. Well, now that we have Kachina's ancient name, let's go track her down. Follow me.
So, yeah, there's no Pyro tribe in NATLAN? So the collective of plenty is Electro, Nightwind is Cryo, Flower Feather Anemo. Springs Hydro Canopy Dendro Echoes Geo. That makes sense. Ooh, what is this?
What is this place?
Yeah, I haven't seen this yet.
Hey, isn't that Atea's talisman?
Good eye. This is where I store
her
all
room.
the various mementos I've collected.
It's your teapot.
Whoa. I've never seen this place before.
It looks like there are items from every tribe. Collecting them must have taken a lot of effort.
I suppose you could think of it as a hobby of sorts. In NATLAN, everyone grows up listening to the stories of heroes, and physical items do a far better job of preserving those stories than our own memory.
Because of erosion.
Now, I still have some preparations to make for the ceremony, if you're curious about an item.
Alright, we'll have a...
Alright, only because I care, but...
This flower looks like it's thriving. You must be good at taking care of plants, Archon.
Does she have a record player?
Make sure to handle everything with care. This cup, for example, it's heavier than it looks.
It looks very heavy. Is she a world champ?
Whoa, that belt is bigger than Paimon's head!
The Collective of Plenty are known for their bodybuilding competitions and contests of strength.
Alright.
This belt is a symbol of great honor within the tribe. The association with strength might also have been the reason the original belt was extremely heavy. It was difficult for even two people to lift, and even if a warrior had the strength to put it on, wearing it for any length of time would still leave them gasping for breath.
Sounds like...
So the owner of the original belt, Kitera, commissioned a craftsman to make a copy identical in appearance but far lighter in weight. He would often wear this version when training in order to protect his...
Or he made a lighter version so he could wear it all the time and show it off.
So that's Eonsen's tribe.
This fishing basket looks familiar.
Hey, there's a fishing rod here.
I still can't believe they
It
haven't
must
done
have belonged
fishing
to
in
the
this
people of
region
the
yet.
Springs.
That's right.
We have the
It
people of the
belongs to a
Springs who are
legendary
fishermen.
named Matavaru. I have his entire set of fishing equipment, actually. He and I met in a tavern. He told me about a particular kind of giant fish and his meticulous plan to catch it. In his eyes,
I spent hours
saw
catching 2 fish
a
here,
hunger
2,000
and
fish
a
here in
strong
Genshin.
fighting spirit. To him, the sea was the battlefield upon which he staked his honor.
I get it.
So, did he do it?
The next time I saw him, he was covered in scars. It turned out the fish he sought had been corroded by the abyss. He managed to kill the fish, but sustained a serious injury in the process. Can a fisherman claim victory if he fails to bring back his catch?
Well, he killed it,
Well,
so...
Paimon thinks he won.
That was my answer as well. The experience was far more valuable than the prize. In the end, he didn't want his tools to go to waste.
Wait, that means you also know how to fish.
Maybe we can go head-to-head sometime.
This is from the Children of Echoes. So she has one section for every group. These are the signs of the canopy. So this must be the Nightwind, right?
There are so many jars and potions.
No, those belong to the masters
there we
of
go.
the Nightwind. They're ceremonial tools used to amplify the ability
Is that the
to
talking
communicate
stick?
with the Night Kingdom and the Wyab. Yamaya is an expert in this field, and she taught me a lot. Even though she appears stoic and serious, she actually has a keen sense of humor. The tools you see here are quite traditional. Her students found them outdated, so she passed them on to me. The contents of the jars aren't all that special. Oh, except the big jar in the middle.
Ooh, must be something really cool.
Grape juice.
Huh?
It's quite tasty, although probably expired.
Finish your juice.
This is Atea's talisman.
I'm sure you're familiar with this one already. Atea was rarely ever without it.
I want to... Hey, that's the talking stick. I currently have that equipped on Ito.
This weapon is huge! Which tribe did it belong to?
That weapon belonged to Tenoch.
Yep.
A hero from 500 years ago. Strictly speaking, he didn't belong to any single tribe.
Mm-hmm. He was kicked out of a tribe.
Even before the disaster with the Abyss broke out,
yep,
he had already been exiled.
I know Tenoch's story.
Exiled?
Hold on, let me pull up my... Control F. Tenoch. He united the 6 tribes to drive back the turbid black tide. The great runner Wenjiru and his companion Kayake. He then got brave Manalek and his companion Ngobo, who welcomed Tenoch as a brother. I remember it all. He due to some bad blood between Sanaj Kompori and his companion Mahamba, who hated Tenoch, they Tenoch forced him to join. He recruited the young, experienced Burkina, who we heard about. Burkina was the same person who had the same ancient name as Kinich, and Kongamatsu was her partner, who's now a boss that we can fight, the Mountain King, the very chubby Yumkasaur. Then he got his former chief Sunjata, the chief of the mines, who once commissioned the Pyro Archon to expel Tenoch from his tribe, meaning Tenoch was a member of the Children of Echoes. And then he joined Tenoch, and Tenoch's final recruit was his former rival, Tupac, who we now have Tupac's weapon. It's the free weapon given out this event. And they laughed and reminisced on their many battles. And they clashed with the Dark Forces so great it created the Mare Javari, a sea of ash where the wind does not blow. It's completely empty, featuring a sea of lava, which I hope we get to visit, the Mare Javari.
It was a punishment imposed out of necessity, but he accepted it all the same. He believed it was what he deserved. When the Abyss attacked, the tribes found themselves in urgent need of a powerful figure to lead them into the battle. And there was no one more courageous or resolute than him. I hope they bring back events to get limited weapons.
It's FOMO that they're locked over,
He united the 6 tribes and accomplished great feats throughout the war. Ultimately, he perished. And because he had already lost his ancient name, the Ode of Resurrection was unable to bring him back. Ultimately, and so, he was laid to rest, alongside the countless warriors and civilians who lost their lives.
Wow.
Indeed. Even now, his story is told throughout...
Right, I think I have that weapon. On Ito. There we go. I have a C, yep. Cool. Sort of line up. Is that Mavwika's family? So we know that each of the Archons here were former humans. Does this mean that she's from the Scions of the Canopy if her partners are Yumkasaurs? Yeah, like, I really want to get Cinnabar Spindle.
So let's wait a little longer. Well, what do you think of my collection? Do you feel like you have a better
few events that they should
of
definitely
NATLAN's
bring
culture
back.
now?
Yeah, if each item represents a different story, seems like NATLAN's really been through a lot. Does every item hold a special memory, just like Atea's talisman?
That's right. The items in my collection actually serve a similar purpose to the ancient names passed down. They demonstrate the true shape of time.
The shape of time?
Most people perceive time as a linear concept, almost like a straight line that can only move forward.
Oh, we're getting
We cannot change the
Tralfamadorian up in
past
here.
or predict the future. But there's also a different theory, one that I believe to be closer to the truth. Namely, that the past, present, and future all exist at once.
But we process it linearly. That's Tralfamadorian.
Not sure she understands.
Slaughterhouse 5.
Let's say your journey ended right now. Thinking back on your experience in each nation, which one would you say was the most important?
Probably Mondstadt, because it set me on the path.
Exactly. Even at the end of your journey, the things you experienced along the way don't cease to exist. They become part of who you are. Take out a portion of that journey, and you would likely make very different decisions. The future is the same way. It exists even though it has yet to come to pass. We just lack the means to perceive it. Of course, there are those with the power to foresee the future. They simply call it by a different name. Fate.
Prophets,
You're
visionaries.
quite familiar with that.
That does kind of...
Humanity excels at living in the present, but too often we forget the past and neglect the future.
So ancient names record
While
the
the
past.
pilgrimage and the Night Warden Wars lead us to a better future. Only by uniting the people of NATLAN across countless eras can we fight back against an enemy as formidable as the Abyss. To come up with such a set of rules, the first Pyro Archon must have possessed a level of insight I can only imagine.
So the first Pyro Archon, Xbalanque, created the rules of NATLAN.
That's correct. At first, he was a mortal man with no special power. After he ascended to the Divine Throne, he used it to borrow power from the heavens and establish the rules of NATLAN.
The heavens,
Namely,
Celestia?
a framework through which ordinary people can ascend to Archonhood. By holding the pilgrimage, we're able to determine the strongest among us. And when that person ascends to the Divine Throne, their inner flame will awaken. In addition, the sacred flame will grant them significant knowledge and memory of this land. After all, that's how I came to know everything I just told you.
So
the
it all
sacred
comes
flame
down
passes
to the
down
power
knowledge.
of the Divine Throne and the rules. Wait, is that a family portrait?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
That's my mother, father, younger sister, and the little saurians we raised. I turned a piece of my dad's leather armor into a canvas and commissioned a famous artist to paint our likeness.
Your sister is so cute. I'm always having a hard time thinking of an Archon as an ordinary person, but seeing this portrait,
I'm just gonna take a picture of that.
it really doesn't look like there was anything special about you before.
A little late for that question, don't you think?
Sorry! Paimon's so sorry! Paimon's mouth works faster than her brain sometimes!
Alright.
It's alright. No matter what others may say, my past is a precious part of my identity. Becoming the Archon doesn't mean you sever ties with your family.
Is your family still
The
around?
position just comes with a lot of responsibilities. My father made the most delicious stew, so my sister would often bring me a large pot of his cooking. One time, we didn't close the door securely, and the saurians we were raising ran into the room and knocked over the entire pot. My sister immediately burst into tears. The two troublemakers were going for the meat, but when they saw my sister's distress, they froze on the spot.
I really like her parents' designs, too.
I still remember the way they laid there, sulking like a pair of children.
Wow.
Isn't that what being a family is? As the Archon, I made a vow to defend this nation.
Well, what happened after that? This portrait looks pretty old.
I believe she ended up working as an architect and artist.
You
she
believe?
built many houses and crafted many beautiful works of art. Anyway, that's enough about me. Now that the powder is settled, we can begin. Iansa,
Where did that-
Mulani, place the ancient name up there, and then we'll begin.
Alright, we're going into the other world. Alright. So I always had an idea about how they could redo events. They should introduce, like, an event shop where you can use an in-game currency, like the way they do the what is it called? Why am I blanking on it? The Imaginarium Theater or the Spiral Abyss. Thank you. So they give you like a key, and with that key you can unlock one past event and make it like download. So like say, hey, you can replay this event, but make it instanced, like they're doing the current events. So you can't just stop it in the middle. And if you beat one of those events, it gives you like tokens or coins. Then you could spend them on an event shop. Or maybe in the battle pass, you can add like another 10, so you have to complete the battle pass. Because that'll incentivize people to buy the battle pass and play more often. So you give away like 1 coin in the free battle pass and 2 coins in the Gnostic hymn. So you get 3 coins, and then you can buy some of the companions that you missed, like the little Sealies, or some of the weapons. Make the weapons a little more expensive. So, because I know there were some recipes that were event exclusive. And I really want the 2 weapons, the Festering Desire and Cinnabar Spindle. But I always thought that would be a good idea. Alright. That was a nice slow version of the theme. La, 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 la.
Surely as the echoes of life resound through heaven and earth, so too shall our stories remain eternal. Ancient name, take us to your fated bearer. Allow her to answer our call.
Hey, Kachina!
Am I hallucinating again?
Kachina! Are you okay?
Huh? I'm not seeing things, am I? Is the Abyss playing tricks on me again?
It's okay, Kachina. It's just us. We're trying to find a way to bring you back.
Everyone, you have to listen to me. I've been investigating the Night Kingdom this entire time, and I figured out what's wrong. The Wyab is being affected by the Abyss.
Ooh.
I was waiting for the Wyab to send me back, but then this really strong monster came. The Wyab saved me. Even though its power is weakened, the Night Kingdom has become a huge mess, though.
Don't listen to those sounds, Kachina. The Abyss is trying to strip you of your sanity. All you need to do is stay safe and wait for...
It's okay. I feel so much better now that I've had the
Putting
chance
on a
to
brave
talk to
face
you
like we
guys.
had during the dinner.
You don't need to worry about me. I've never been strong or special at all, really. So I don't blame
Utabiti, resilience, come on.
me or leaving me behind. Just knowing you care is more than enough. I'll find a way back. You don't have to put yourselves in danger to come rescue me.
You're always like this, Kachina. Now's not the time to act tough. We're coming for you. I don't know what lies the Abyss has been feeding you, but I'll tell you something right now. Nobody here sees you as a burden. You're a victor of the Night Warden Wars, a hero of NATLAN. All you need to do is wait for us to rescue you, and you'll get all the applause and recognition you deserve.
I'm really scared.
She's still a child, though.
Everything's so dark and creepy here. Still, I don't want...
All you need to do is place your... No one fights alone.
Oh.
We're not leaving you behind.
Alright, this is getting
not
to me.
Not ever.
Yeah, we're so close. We can't... Be careful.
Looks like we've lost contact. Now comes the most dangerous part. This entrance to the Night Kingdom was left behind after an abyssal invasion. Even a brief amount of time inside could expose you to corrosion.
I know. I'm prepared.
All right. Then I wish you all the best. I'll tell Koichi to be ready just in case. She's very experienced in dealing with abyssal corruption. That face you just made. Don't tell me you two got into another argument.
No, I just...
We haven't seen... This
feel
is
bad for creating more work for her.
This is interesting. We've never seen the Archon be this involved this quickly.
I'll go with them too, Archon. The more people,
the stronger the party.
Thank you so much for your help, everyone.
Now that I've lost my power, I won't be able to provide much practical support. But I can still keep an eye on the situation from here. Eon-san, I know it's unlikely, but if you encounter a situation you can't handle...
That won't happen.
I hope not.
So there is a possibility that I was thinking of. If the Archon gave up her power, I still think she's going to join us. Obviously, that's I think that's 100% guaranteed. Could... Oh, we have this... Oh, that's that. That's right. Could the Traveler absorb her power? And that's how we get... Pyro Traveler. So, ready? That's... So we know now. Ready? Children of Echoes, Scions of the Canopy, People of the Springs. That's the dragon, that's the Quokasaur. So that's the Flower Feather Clan. The Animo. That is the Collective of Plenty where Eon-san is from. We still don't know what that creature is. Meaning that is the Masters of the Night Wind.
La la la.
We figured it out. We got there. Ooh, hold on. $34. We're getting there. We're only missing 3 more? Or 4 more. We're only missing 4 more.
Seems like lots of people don't like carrots.
What is this? Alright. This is not one of the... No. Oh, never mind.
Oh no, I dropped it! Quick, pick it up! Hope I didn't just jinx us.
I did screw up a little bit there. Yeah, there's a double S. I screwed up twice. I screwed up at the end, and I screwed up in the middle when I fell. Double S. Double S. Apparently I was still missing 5, but I got the double S ranking, right? They literally anything, to be honest. I don't want them to be FOMO'd forever. Yeah. Alright.
Perhaps we could take a walk by.
Remnants of the Secret Source, the sole path to the Night Kingdom. Once home to the ancient dragon kind. Cool. Yeah. So you could even do, if you were to take my idea for an event shop, do it as limited times. Not limited times, but like release them on a set timeline. So every patch, introduce 2 or 3. So if you do an event shop, literally put, like in the next patch, in 5.2, release 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3. The events for those. I know it was the stars for the first one, and I think the second one was Albedo. I don't remember what 1.3 was. But then in each of those, like if you beat 1.1, you get whatever the 1.1 event was. I know 1.2 is Albedo, and that's how you get Festering Desire. Right? And was that Cinnabar Spindle too? No, that was later. So you do that. Oh yeah, we haven't seen Aloy's Constellations. I don't know if we would. Aloy just wasn't successful. I liked it. She's on one of my teams.
So we're underneath NATLAN right now?
That's because in the distant past, NATLAN was home to an incredibly advanced civilization ruled by dragons.
We do know that.
Humans only established their own society after the fall of the dragons.
So these are Saurian ruins?
I think she means actual dragons.
You mean like the elemental sovereigns? They had their own advanced civilization?
They had a massively advanced civilization. We learned this in Enkanomiya. They were the first civilization till the first who came.
Yes, a really long time ago. Very few records have survived until
Came
now,
and made a world
so
for
no one
humans.
really knows what the devices here are for. These ruins have been abandoned for a long time, but with the recent increase in Abyss activity, the installations around here have somehow been activated.
So what you're saying is, we're not in for an easy trip to...
No. It's going to be obstacle after obstacle from here on out.
Why are you all laughing?
It's the pre-adventure excitement kicking in.
Of course. I'm eager to get started.
Adventurers live for this moment. I was hoping Nouvellette would let us learn more about the dragons. Hopefully if we get a Nouvellette 2, a second Nouvellette character story, we will get more about the Dragon Sovereigns. That would be really cool. I think when Durin comes back, because Durin's absolutely coming back, we're going to get more about Nibelung and the dragons. Alright, give me 1 sec. I need to turn on my air. It's a little warm in here. Okay.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
So we know a little bit about the Dragon Sovereigns.
People would adore me so much.
What we know about the Dragon Sovereigns is very limited. In my lore notes, dragons ruled more than 6,000 years ago. So these ruins are over 6,000 years old, or close to that. 7 dragon sovereigns, 1 for each element, and the one who ruled them was Nibelung the Dragon King, and the Vishaps, and they originally came from a place called the Realm of Light, where all elements were harnessed at will. And to me, that sounds a lot like the Traveler and their twins' powers. Light could harness any element. Yes, so far we've met Apep and Nouvellette. Well, no, Nouvellette actually, kind of. Each of the Dragon Sovereigns held one of the elemental authorities, and the world was divided among them. The only one we've truly met was Apep the Dendro Sovereign. The Hydro Sovereign was also ruled over the Primordial Sea and was the original god of life. And all life from in Tevat came from the original Hydro Sovereign. But the Hydro Sovereign was killed in battle and reborn as Nouvellette. So Nouvellette is the reborn Dragon Sovereign. But he's still one of the Sovereigns. But then, sorry, not the first who came. The Primordial one came to this world. He was called the Eternal Throne of the Heaven, and he challenged the 7 Sovereigns for control. He created his 4 Shining Shades, one of which was the Goddess of Time, Istaroth. And after 40 years of war, the Primordial One won the war to prepare the world for the arrival of humanity.
Going out to have fun is, well, going out. So just show up and I'll handle the rest.
The dragons were driven out of Teyvat. And that was the era. That's all we know about that era right now. Is that limited information.
Seems like the road ends here. How should we get across?
As a professional trainer, I think you could stand to build up your endurance, Paimon.
Professional trainer? Paimon thought you were a warrior from the Collective of Planning.
Well, that goes without saying. But I actually work as a sports coach. I provide professional guidance for many of NATLAN's popular sports. And I don't just mean physical training. I design nutrition plans as well.
Ah, so basically no sugar, no soft drinks, no grilled meat.
Yeah, we'll be here all day if you list them out one by one. It's much faster to just focus on what's good for you.
Such as?
Vegetable juice. Want some?
You know, Ian-san?
Meanwhile, me drinking my
two of us might
gamer
not
subs.
see eye to eye. Those guys look familiar.
And there's bishops down there. No,
before.
those are Kaholosaurs. Never mind. I thought those were
Show no
bishops for a
mercy.
second. This is really cool. So this is the dragon civilization. Look at it. Okay, for a second I thought those were bishops.
Let's ride.
Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, fire.
Silence!
Come on, you fake dragons.
Boing, boom! Dumpy, dumpy, boom!
Yeah. So I'm very curious about what became of the other sovereigns. We met other elemental dragons, and we know that some of their power was inherited from the sovereigns. Like, we know that, Dvalin gained some power from the elemental sovereign of wind.
Place we need to go seems really high up.
We don't know if there's any connection between Ajdaha and the Geo Sovereign. It would be funny to see a Pep again, but this time running into some old dude, but not ruined like they did with Mooncarver and Mountain Shaper. Yeah. Oh, that bummed me out.
Settle down! Be sanctified.
I mean... I'll say it was always... Cloud Retainer was always clearly the most important of them. We only met Mountain Shaper. Well, sorry, which one was the giant elk? Was that Mooncarver or Mountain Shaper?
The show begins.
When we got the sigil of permission for a brief moment. And I think that was No, that was Mooncarver. And Mountain Shaper, we met in passing too. The one we had the most interactions with was Cloud Retainer. Mooncarver is the elk. Mountain yeah. So
inside city wall.
we always had more interactions with Cloud Retainer than the others, and she was always more tied into the lore. So I get why they made her a character. I have heard rumors that we're going to get a playable Madame Ping. And that's kind of cool. Because we saw what her true form looks like, the Streetward Rambler, back in 2 Lantern Rights ago. The music-themed Lantern Right, where we very first saw the human form of Cloud Retainer. Is it just keeping my elemental side going? That's kind of great. Yeah. Well, Cloud Retainer was the boss of Ganyu for all of the Archon War, and Shenhe, and raised Shenhe.
Carving waves. Action at the flame.
Oh, brilliant!
Silence!
Sorry, I brought the Pyro Archon right here. Who kind of excels at breaking shields.
Settle down. Bow your head.
So that's probably gonna, Madame Ping was probably gonna be in the next Lantern Right. One, 2, 3. I hated how Xiao's Yaksha side story could have fleshed out the nations being realized, having a side world quest meeting Xiao and helping him on a quest to learn the fate of the other Yakshas, instead of the caravan quest they did. Yes and no. Let's go back to my lore page. Right? 5 Yaksha.
Ever tried chasing waves before? You want to try?
Were hired to suppress the gods.
Come on, no time like the present. I'll help you find the closest beach.
The manifestation of evil's gods. They became tainted after eons of unending slaughter and accrued karmic debt. Bonanus and Menogius died fighting each other. Indarius went mad with fear of death. Went mad of fear and then died, leaving Alatus and Bosacius. Bosacius became immortal. Oh, no, and an immortal fought side by side named Boyang. That was it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. They could have done more, but I don't hate it. Because they've seeded in the themes of resurrection in this world, and reincarnation and recreation. Many characters have come back in other forms. I could very much see one or two of those characters being released because they have awesome designs. In terms of wasted potential, and I'm gonna show this, the character I think that needs to come back the most, switch to my screen share just for a second, is Inazuma Archon Oni. The original party of this. The original party of the Raiden Shogun. All we know about this girl is that she's still alive. Or she was not killed in the Archon War. She went crazy, had her horn cut off by the Raiden Shogun, and disappeared. Meaning that could still be alive. And that fascinates me. We know this guy died, unfortunately, and he looks awesome. He was the spirit of the great Tengu of Yogu, who trained 3 of the greatest heroes in Inazuma. And he's of the same tribe as Kujo-Sara. And Kitsune Saigu seems awesome, but is also gone. She was apparently broken down into filth. But we met a part of her soul in one of the best quests in this game. The strange woman. This one. Hachiro Sato. But of them, this one's still out there. So this could be... I would love to play as her. To, one, get another Oni. And to play one more playable Oni. I think that would be awesome. I doubt the Yakshas are coming back. Their souls have been tainted with karmic debt. Yeah, that's true.
This is the final stretch. We just need to climb up, and we'll be there. Nothing to it. Easy for you to say.
Yeah, we know Yai replaced her, but that's about it. But we also know that she was Yai's idol. She was the one person that that Guji Yai idolized more than anyone else. Because technically she was the familiar of Makoto, not A.
Yes.
Of Baal.
There's something in the depths of this place that feels familiar.
We actually have to go in there? Okay, Paimon just needs to psych herself up. Don't push her through before she's ready. Hey! You don't have to drag Paimon! You're pulling too hard!
It's not bad.
Looks like we made it. This is the Night Kingdom.
It looks so different from what I imagined in the stories.
There's abyssal energy
That
everywhere.
overflow of energy
Oh my
is
god.
probably what trapped Kachina here in the first place.
So this looks very different than that little mini chasm of the Night Kingdom I was in before.
From this point forward, everything we know about the real world no longer applies. Anything can happen here.
Paimon's more worried about how we're gonna make it out. We obviously can't go back the way we came.
Do you see that patch of light on the ground? It's shining down from that fissure in the sky.
Oh yeah, right in front of us. So that's coming from up there? Oh, it's so high up. Did we really fall that far down?
So the Night Kingdom is below the Earth. That's kind of what they said.
Just like I said, our real-world knowledge doesn't apply here. We fell all this way, yet came out completely unscathed. If this was the real world, we'd have to climb our way back up to the entrance. But here, all we have to do is stand underneath the light and offer a prayer.
That's it?
Well, remember, this is not the Abyss. This is the Night Kingdom. There is a difference.
Right.
So that means
But the
all we
Night
need to
Kingdom
do is find
has been
Kachina
infected by
and
the
bring her to
Abyss.
this location.
Exactly. This light is streaming in from the real world. It's a link between the two realms.
The terrain looks difficult to navigate, and the visibility is not great either. How are we supposed to find
those, like,
Kachina in these
shades?
conditions?
It is. So the way it was first described to us is the exact words were, it is the realm of the Wayab, a river between life and death. So it is like a purgatory, a limbo of sorts.
Yeah, These floating black things don't look super friendly either.
Those are all manifestations of abyssal power. Be careful.
Ghost! A talking ghost!
Unless it's a shade.
Calm down, I'm here to help. You're the ones who helped Vichama, right? Yes.
Vichama's friend Balko,
friend
yeah.
Balko. I was completely lost to this realm until I sensed a mysterious power calling out to me. It's like it was seeking me out, attempting to reassemble the pieces of who I used to be.
Vichama is the one who seeks. That's his
Of course,
ancient
I can only
name.
do so much. I'm sorry I can only appear before you and...
No. We should be the ones apologizing. If the Spirit Speaker Stone hadn't become corrupted by the Abyss, but we had to destroy it. Otherwise, Vichama and his tribe would have been in danger.
Of course. Thank you for protecting him. I never imagined that, even after all these years, he'd still take such a risk for me. Under the power of the stone, it turns out even our regrets were exactly the same.
Whether in triumph or death, you want your best friend by your side.
Exactly. That may not be in the cards for us, but it's not too late for you. You're looking for a young girl from the Children of Echoes, right? She's being chased by an embodiment of abyssal power. I'd like to help her while I'm still in this form. Be careful. This place has been severely corroded by the Abyss.
Again.
Paimon didn't realize it had gotten this bad.
It's like a seething volcano ready to engulf our world.
It's been engulfed by the Abyss, the power and the location, not the order. Okay.
Any moment.
Oh my god, they're literally Abyss bombs.
You're wandering off. Stick close to me. My power will be able to ward off attacks for the time being.
Oh my god.
We won't be able to keep this up. Let's try another route. This way.
Oh, the shield is getting cracked. That's wild.
Not good. More monsters.
We shouldn't waste our time on them.
Settle down.
Every monster we take out is one less they have to take out later. It does kind of resemble a solidified version of the ooze and filth we saw in the chasm. There could be like a corrupted obsidian, because that's so important to the people of NATLAN. It'd be cool if they fleshed out an area of souls where we can meet souls long gone.
It's easy to get lost here. Just
Yeah, there's so many characters in all of our playable characters' backstories that would be cool to interact with. Kazuha's friend. Oop, cutscene. Give me some voice traveler lines, come on. Absorb them.
Did you hear that?
What?
Never mind. It was probably just my imagination.
Don't scare Paimon like...
I heard it too. It was a voice from the
Whispering
Abyss.
to me, yeah.
What did it say?
Doesn't matter. It certainly doesn't harbor good intentions.
It's also interesting that it's clearly what we were hearing too, but so everyone heard it except Paimon. Again, like everyone except Paimon is hearing it. Oh no, there we go. Never
Paimon
mind.
just heard it too. Let's keep going. Paimon wants to get out of this place.
Kachina! Or is this an illusion?
here, Kachina! Honey? Looks like our reunion will have to wait until we take care of these monsters. Good idea. Let's...
Oh, okay. We found her.
Let's go, Twirly! Let's ride! Woohoo! Epic wave! Whoosh! Spin to win! You're here. You're finally here. Thank you so much.
I do. I have 3 theories on that. So
That
give me 1
monster
second
can
and I'll
appear
tell
from
you.
Anywhere. It almost caught me a bunch of times. The YUP's power helped keep me hidden, so I just tried to stay out of sight until you got here.
Had a girl.
Should we start heading back then? Actually, I have a request. I can't exactly put it into words, but something's wrong with the Ode of Resurrection.
We know. That's why we're here.
And
That was the Pyro Archon's theory as well.
In the Night Kingdom, there are 6 main totem poles representing the Wyab of each tribe. You can think of them like the body of each Wyab. Additional totem poles, like the ones around here, serve as proxies to which the Wyab can extend their consciousness.
Okay.
There are countless proxies scattered around the Night Kingdom. Through them, the Wyab can extend their consciousness over the entire realm and track down souls no matter where they roam. But if a proxy were to become severely contaminated, then a soul could become lost within the Night Kingdom.
Which is what happened to
Judging by
Kachina.
the current situation, I don't think we're dealing with just one contaminated proxy. Even if we could drive back the abyssal power from
So
one
is it
of
the
them,
greater totem
that
poles
probably
themselves that
wouldn't
have
even put
been?
it-
Still, we can't just leave the YUP to...
I agree.
Saving one is better than
We
saving
might
none.
even manage to draw out the monster that's been hunting Kachina. Getting rid of the monster might slow down the deterioration of the Night Kingdom.
Kachina? What's...
Nothing. Just a headache. Maybe we really should leave. No, just up ahead. I'll lead the way.
Listen to me, Kachina. We'll come with you. But that's because we want to help the YUP. You don't have anything to prove either.
All right. The sooner
We've already come all this way.
Let's go. This...
I'll stay here and try to stall the Abyss monster.
Oh, hi, Chloride. Thank you very much for the follow. I very much appreciate that.
All by yourself?
It's all right. I may not be as strong as that monster, but I'm definitely more familiar with the area. I don't have much time left. So go. Achieve your...
Thank you for everything.
We should absolutely restore his ancient name, because this guy's a true hero, yeah.
No one fights alone.
Malco? You're a good dude. New achievement.
Does your head still hurt? Let me help you walk.
Oh, Mualani.
I'm fine. You should know I'm made of stronger stuff than that.
Let's quickly heal up. And I'll tell you about my current Paimon theories. So, the one that I believe is the most likely is that Paimon is one of the shades of the primordial one. I believe that is the most likely meaning she was created by the first Descender. She's essentially one of the 4 archangels. Because that would make, if you're asking which one, there's only one that we really know a lot about. One of them is the god of life who created Egeria, the first Hydro Archon. Not her. The god of time and wind. The reason for that is... right around Star Snatch Cliff, I think it was here and around, yeah, somewhere around here, is the temple for the former god of time. And this is where we first met Paimon, right below Star Snatch Cliff, where we literally met Paimon. Paimon, we can't see it now, is the only being who can move inside the pause menu. And I think that might be a reflection of the God of Time aspect. And she is a being of omni-elemental, like the Shades were. Because on her body, she bears the Triskelion. That symbol. And the reason, the place that's most seen, aside from on Mora in this game, because it was a symbol representing the primordial, that's why it's on Mora, is, it's on the omni-elemental dice in, the Genius Invocation TCG. It's a being who can use all elements. So that would go along the being a god thing. That's another one that's part of the theory. The Seelie Queen, who's fragmented, has no memory of her life. Because the Seelie were guides. But there's more to it than that. Because in the primordial history of Genshin, there were... Where is it? Right here. So she could be the Seelie Queen. Who's guiding... Because the Seelies were the guides of humanity. In that, though, there was a Seelie who fell in love with a human traveler. The two were wed at the Lunar Palace. Because in Genshin's lore, originally there were 3 moons. And the 3 moon sisters were the 3 goddesses. And it's a little hazy, but the moons, they because they allowed the Seelies to marry, that's why the Seelies were cursed. They were stripped of their intelligence and form and made into just guides, the spirits. The moon chariot was overturned. The 3 moon sisters... were forced to fight to the death. 2 supposedly died and their corpses crumbled, leaving behind a single moon. But that leaves the final moon sister. Who is, I think, possibly Paimon. The last one, I don't think she's the queen of the Seelies, because I think the Queen of the Seelies became Nabu Malikata. We know Nabu Malikata, the goddess of flowers, was once a Seelie. And then she befriended the avatar of the Irminsul tree, Rukkhadevata, and the king of the desert, Deshret. So I think that the Seelie Queen became Nabu Malikata. The Crimson Moon and how Arlecchino is... Yeah. Well, we don't know if she's the reincarnation of the moon itself. We know she's the child of the Crimson Moon dynasty. Which is a dynasty that came before the Eclipse dynasty of Conria, which is all the Conria lore we know. We still know very little to nothing about the Crimson Moon dynasty. So that's the totem pole. Man, this looks cool. Her curse is incredibly interesting. The shadow domain, the X on the eyes. Yeah.
My friends and I are here to heal you. Wyatt, can you hear me?
Oh, is this what the Traveler's thing has been building to? The purification? Can we... Okay, hold on. The Great Spirit of this land, agent of Night's will.
So we
the
were
Night
right.
Kingdom.
The contamination is already too severe. It's preventing the... Alright, get ready, everyone. Time to purge the abyssal energy from this place.
Careful. We've got company.
Ooh! It's an Abyssal Herald.
Already?
You really think that puny soul could slow
Komankwi, the Scorching Star.
The face of futility is pure folly.
So that's an interesting name. So he has an ancient name. Is this a corrupted soul? Let's look up the etymology of Kamonki. Anything? Oh no, it's close. Kamonki is what I need. It doesn't look like there's any official use of that name. I'm not seeing that name in mythology or history anywhere. Only on Genshin forums, which I'm not gonna look at. Now, yeah. Oh, here. Kamonki. Translate this for me, please. Okay, this is a translation for Kamonki. A fire lit with flame. It's a rough translation. But for a scorching star, that makes sense. Is he a No, he's not a herald. Heralds are the swords. He's the lector.
He tried to get in my way, so I disposed of him.
You killed Malco?
Malco was already dead.
He would have dispersed with or without me. Rather than worrying about him, I would urge you to focus on yourself. You may have defeated others of my kind in the past, but underestimate me now, and it will be to your peril.
Are you the one behind this?
No. The power of the Abyss is intoxicating. The destruction it seeks captivates like a masterful work of art. I strive only for the opportunity to see it up close. I thought this naive little girl was an exception, but it turns out humanity is full of lambs willing to offer themselves up to the slaughter. That is the tragedy of your short lives. You understand nothing of all-encompassing power. Ancient names, pride, friendship, all empty ideas invented to give you a false sense of self-worth. The Pyro Archon created those grandiose ideals out of pure selfishness. Anything to avoid sharing power. Anything to avoid handing over the primordial gift to ordinary people like
Xbalanque is what he's talking about, right? The Pyro Archon created the rules of NATLAN out of selfishness to avoid sharing power.
Don't believe me? Then ask yourself, why is the Pyro Archon strong beyond measure, while you, Kachina, remain so pathetic?
Don't listen, girl.
Kachina, give me your hand.
Hoyo needs to fix their account issues. Oh, that's rough.
Feel that? I'm right here next to you.
It took so long to send the code that by the time you get it, it's already expired. That's rough.
Thanks, Milani, because I'm not alone anymore.
There you go, girl. You know what? Not a bad team.
You're right. Maybe comforting ideals don't have any power. But you also couldn't be more wrong. You've never had to work for your own strength, so you will never understand the true source of our power.
What?
The courage we have to stand before you and not back down? The power lies not in the ideal itself, but in our commitment to upholding that ideal. And in our decision to stand together and fight!
Well said!
Let's go, Kachina. It shouldn't take more than 2 of us to handle an enemy like this.
Sorry in advance, but
there aren't many.
So we're gonna fight as these 2? I would really... Yep.
Carving waves!
2, 3.
Check this out! Best of luck!
Coming
Pound, 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 pound.
Woohoo! Here goes!
Throw up some crystallize, get us that shield. Sure. Yeah, a high level Mualani's great.
We actually won!
That's what he gets for underestimating you.
Fantastic work, Kachina. Absolutely fantastic. This makes me so unbelievably happy.
I'm happy too, Mualani. Together we really are unstoppable.
Huh?
Kachina might be good in my Rock's Fall team.
My ancient name is glowing? But I thought I didn't bring it with me.
What does it say?
It's probably a projection from the real world. But that doesn't explain why it's glowing all of a sudden.
Wait, does that mean you're...
That was a bold move. Diving headfirst into the fire to save your friend. Especially in a place so overrun
Who are you?
with abyssal corruption. Still, seeing you pull it off...
Is this one of the
was
Y-Up?
really something. Everything you said was exactly right. As isolated individuals, we stand no chance against the power of the Abyss. It took years worth of scars and lots of unnecessary suffering.
Oh, unless
for
this
me
is her
to
previous...
understand that for myself.
Oh, that's rough. Is this the previous bearer of her ancient name?
The Pyro Archon's plan will unite us as one. Everyone has a part to play. Only then will we have the power to defeat the strongest. Tupac, a warrior from the people of the Spring.
Tupac!
I fought against the Abyss during the invasion 500 years ago.
Alright, a couple of questions. One, that means he was the last final member of Tanoke's group. Two, his name is Tupac, which I find great. Because, you know, obviously big fan of Tupac Shakur. Yeah, everyone is in Genshin. First we had Aloy, now we have Tupac. He was the very final recruit. And he was the rival of Tanoke. And his name is Giant. Alright, so hold up. I'm gonna write this down. So was Giant his ancient name? I mean, if that was his real size, he kind of is Giant. And he's a spring person. But why does he have a hammer? Wasn't his weapon,
You were the giant who saved all of NATLAN.
Since you were able to awaken my words from your ancient name, that means you have fully embodied.
Is she
the
Giant? Is that
aspirations
her
of the
name?
Waya. Under the name Umoja, you shall unite the tribes and save
Ooh.
Natlan from its impending doom.
Mualani is the Uniter?
Me?
As long as blood still runs through your veins, even the tiniest spark of steel against stone can ignite a flame. Its blaze will become one with our vision for Natlan, even amid everlasting darkness. Our bonds remain eternal.
I'm just gonna... Umoja. That was cool. That was cool. Oh, she got Night Soul.
What's wrong?
Oh my god, her tattoos are or her tan lines are glowing?
So many memories. My brain was just flooded with... So that's what happened.
What do you mean? Did you...
500 years ago, they foresaw the very crisis we're facing now. Efforts to save NATLAN started all the way back then.
I did see something about this. Hold on. In my notes, when Tanoch was uniting the tribes, he went to the cunning Sanaj Kampori and his enigmatic companion Mahamba. Due to the bad history between the two, Tanoch needed to force and promise great rewards to Sanhaj. Sanhaj saw a glimpse of the dark future if they failed. Could that be this? The dark future that he foresaw?
We can go over the details once we get back. We shouldn't linger here longer than we... I know bits and pieces, but I had no idea Mualani was also part of the plan.
This sounds like something that's going to need a lot of explaining. Let's focus on saving the Wyatt first.
Alright, Traveler, let's do our thing. They're putting their power in and I'm draining the corruption out? That's kind of cool.
Okay, that should be enough.
I hear your voice, Kachina. My dear child.
Great. Well then, I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye. I was going to ask why you bestowed an ancient name upon someone like me. I'll keep searching within myself for the answer.
There you go.
I'll never stop trying to improve my strength.
You are already an outstanding child in my eyes, Kachina. You are all my most beloved children. It has always been my honor to protect and nurture you.
Good job, Wyatt.
Your ancient name is just that. A name. Much like your parents chose to name you Kachina, I also gave you a name, but it need not define you. Focus on who you want to be. You are already worthy of your name. Now, you need only devote yourself to becoming a better you. The story of your ancient name is for you to continue. Just like your parents.
Good job, Wyatt.
My love for you will never change. It gladdens me to see the Pyro Archon's plan move another step towards completion. But it is time for you to leave. Go now, my children. Save NATLAN on...
I know we've never met before, Wyatt, but I just wanted to say thank you for encouraging Kachina.
Whoa! What's going on?
We're out of time.
It's the power of the Abyss. Quick,
Literally a
we need
wave.
to run.
It's an abyssal, like, tidal wave?
It's a Sealy!
Is that a Sealy?
The Sealy opened the way for us!
Speaking of Sealies, we haven't seen any Sealies within NATLAN. How is there a Sealy here? Oh!
The opening in the sky! It's closing!
We need to hurry, or we'll be stuck here!
Oh, it's getting close. Oh dear!
Through the middle! Come on! Faster!
Come on, Paimon!
We'll never make it!
Does she have... Was that a prototype Rancor? Cool. Good job, Kachina. Eddie on-san. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, that's not good. That's bad. Okay, I did not see that coming. Is the YF gonna help us because we help them? Or is... The Pyro Archon gonna break in? Yeah! Heck yeah! Alright!
You've done well. Now come home.
She just... What? Is that permanent? Did she just blow open a hole between dimensions?
We're back.
But that was her Archon power. Did she take back her Archon power to do that?
Saved us.
But she's not here.
How did she regain her strength?
Didn't she say she used it all up?
She's still in the Speaker's Chamber. What we saw in the Night Kingdom was just her consciousness.
So
you're saying
they talk about symbology. That was her mind.
Every great display of power comes at a price.
You must feel terrible, Kachina. Let's get back to the stadium. The Pyro...
I recommend getting a full checkup.
Paimon feels okay. What about you, Traveler?
I'm fine.
Right. You always...
Let's get going. We need to share what...
Right. The Wyatt mentioned something about the Pyro Archon's plan.
I'll let her explain everything. Every move we make from here on out will decide NATLAN's ultimate fate.
The Great Escape. Past and future. Man, that was a this, I will say this, awesome cutscenes. Like, I thought it was going to be like oh, we just barely made it and we saved ourselves. I did not expect us to fail to escape. That's kind of sick. That is some kind of tree we can harvest.
Strike a pop! Let's ride!
Bow your head.
Is it what you wish to find?
Alright. Actually, no, now... Sorry, Monsieur Dragon King. Or Mr. Dragon Sovereign, not King. But she's back.
Oh, yay! Okay!
Kachina's back in the party. So I was wondering who the representatives are going to be. We had to see a scene at some point of Malvika sitting here, of Kachina sitting here, Kinich, Mualani, Sitlali, Iansan, and Chaska, all sitting around this thing. Or the chiefs.
Huh. There's a lot less stuff here than before.
It's good to see you all here in one piece.
Yeah, where did everything go?
I know you must have a lot of questions, but let Koichi check you over first.
Thank goodness you made it back. Take a seat, everybody. I'll examine you.
Despite the short stint, Mualani and the others have some degree of contamination. Thanks to Chuchu's extensive experience, the harmful effects will not be permanent. The treatment also relieves Kachina's symptoms.
All right. That should do it for now. But just to be safe, I'll perform another checkup in a couple of days. I have to say, though, I've never seen anyone react to the Abyss like you, Traveler. It's like you're completely immune to its power.
Because I'm from the Kingdom of Light, baby.
Special like that. She can even purify its power. Wait, now that you mention it, Paimon doesn't think she's affected either.
We don't know why
Given the current situation, that ability will likely play a great role in the events to come.
Of course.
I got theories about that too.
I still have patients to see, so I'll head out.
Thank you, Koichi.
All right, all right. We might not see eye to eye. Just give it time.
There was a theory.
I'm sure we'll figure things out between us one
I'm trying
day.
to remember who did it. That I heard. I'm trying to remember which theory crafter did it because...
All right. There's so much to discuss, I don't even know where to begin. You've seen it for yourselves now. The devastation in the Night Kingdom. I'll get straight to the point. NATLAN is on the verge of destruction. It's very possible our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Huh?
It was either Island XD or Ashikai.
That can't be true, can it?
Less than a year, that's wild. Who came up with the theory that the parallel, because all the good guys, the Archons, the gods, are named after demons from the Ars Goetia, the Lesser Key of Solomon. Again, that ties in with the theories that King Deshret was Solomon, because there's a lot of imagery there. The Great Sage and all that. But there's a theory that the Traveler is a parallel to Lucifer. Because we're literally bringing light, and that's the original meaning of Lucifer. And Lucifer went up against Michael, which would be our twin. But one of Lucifer's most devoted followers was the demon Paimon. And there's kind of that parallel there.
That's right.
So we're literally a
but I've
being
only
of
ever
light,
disclosed
which is
that
why we
fact to
can't
the
be corrupted
handful
by the
of
darkness.
people working with me to save this nation. Our looming destruction is not a recent development, but the inevitable conclusion of the disaster the Abyss initiated 500 years ago.
Mualani told us a little bit about that.
500 years ago, all the nations of Teyvat were invaded by the Abyss. Unlike the other nations, NATLAN never had stable and deep-rooted ley lines, so we suffered the worst of the invasion.
Oh, okay.
The battle against the Abyss was exceedingly long and brutal. In the end, victory came at the cost of our civilization and countless lives. Even then, it took centuries of solving the disasters caused by the Abyss to finally achieve the peace we know today. And still, this is but a superficial victory. The forces of the Abyss have merely been driven back underground. Their threat to NATLAN remains as real as ever.
That's wild. So they're not connected with the ley lines. So Irminsul has less sway
The
here?
problems plaguing the Night Kingdom are all the more complicated because that realm is essentially functioning as NATLAN's ley lines.
Okay.
Immediately after the war, our calculations estimated that we would have a maximum of 500 years before the Night Kingdom
And that's
was
now.
completely lost to the Abyss. But at that time, we were a nation of the destitute. Our people no longer believed in victory, nor did they hold hope for our civilization was dying, our faith crumbling. If we didn't bring the nation back together, it would be foolish to even dream of defeating the Abyss. So, the Archon had a long and involved discussion with the heroes of each tribe, and finally came up with a 500-year-long
So the Archon, the Fire
plan to
Archon's
save
plan
NATLAN.
is Xbalanque's plan.
So that's what happened.
Or the Archon of that time. Sorry, it wouldn't be Xbalanque.
After finding Kachina,
Maybe that would be
I
Murata?
encountered a strange figure who gave me a series of new memories. Since the plan was mentioned in those memories, I guess I've been chosen to play an important role in it, but there's still something I don't understand. Those memories showed me the Pyro Archon from back then, and it was you.
What? Murata?
Huh? But that doesn't make any sense. The Pyro Archon is supposed to be human. It's impossible for a human to live that long.
That's right. The hardest thing for humans to overcome has always been time, or rather, the natural limitations of our lifespan. A god can extend a human's life by using a certain amount of divine power, or subjecting them to a curse. But, as we all know, NATLAN doesn't have gods like that. We can only rely on our own methods. A human life is like a flame destined to be extinguished. 500 years ago, I placed my life within the sacred flame.
So Malvika is Murata?
Only by dying before my time could I have the chance to wake up again.
So, in other words, this is your second life?
Again, phoenix imagery. Resurrection, she's literally reborn from the flame like a phoenix.
Yes. We only managed to defeat the Abyss all those years ago because the tribes came together as one. If the NATLAN of the future was to have a fighting chance, the Pyro Archons that came after the war had to rebuild the decimated tribes. The goal was to reunite the people and restore the strength of each tribe's Wayab. Once a tribe was back to its full strength, the tribe's Wayab would select a hero, indicating the tribe was once again ready for war.
So the people of the Springs have chosen their champion in Mualani, meaning the people of the Springs are ready for war.
The Chosen would then stand by my side in defense of our nation, just like great heroes
I'm
of
just
old,
saying it.
500 years ago.
1, 2, 3, 4. We already have 4 of them right here.
So that means...
Kinich and Sitlali.
I'm one of the... That's right. You bear the ancient name Umoja, the same one held by the hero from your tribe 500 years ago. It means unity. After your adventure in the Night Kingdom, I trust you've come to fully understand the meaning.
She's the one who will unite the heroes.
So in other words, you always knew who the Wayab were going to pick from each tribe?
Yes. According to the plan, each tribe was supposed to have been fully restored by the time I awoke. But something went wrong along the way. The 6 heroes successfully inherited the ancient names from 500 years ago, but the intel regarding the plan wasn't passed on to them. Once again, it comes down to the deterioration of the Night Kingdom. Communication between the Sacred Flame and the Wayab has been blocked.
Is that why we needed the Spirit Seer Stone to communicate with the Wayab? Alright, I gotta take a picture of this because...
Just like how the Ode of Resurrection...
Exactly. It's just another tactic the Abyss is using against us. The Abyss may not possess intelligence, but its methods certainly aren't easy to counter. If we want to unblock that information from being passed on, my presence alone isn't enough. The ancient name-bearer must establish a greater connection to their name. So, I've tried my best to help them from the sideline. Currently, Shalonin of the Children of Echoes, Kinich of the Scions of the Canopy, and Iansan of the Collective of Plenty have all been acknowledged by their names.
Oh, it's not Kachina, it's Zalonin. Okay. So it's not Kachina. You know what, that makes sense, because we had 2 Geo characters, and they're all 5 stars. So I have another theory. If High Chloride, if you're right, and Malvika does die or pass from being the Pyro Archon and has to step down, oh no, that wouldn't work. I was thinking maybe Kachina could be in the next inheritor, but I don't know if that would work. Would it have to be a Pyro character who inherits it? I don't know.
During your adventure, you too earned the acknowledgement of your Wayab Mualani. In the process, you gained the memories stored within your name.
But we have less than a year!
Yes, but we have no choice. We cannot start the plan until all the heroes have been gathered. That's also why I haven't been able to take action to—
But if you knew this whole time, why didn't you just tell me about my role in all—
Perhaps, but the opposite could also be true. Knowing your destiny too early could mean failing to realize your full potential. Just like your determination to save Kachina, I hope your commitment to this endeavor comes from your own strength of will.
So I suppose you're not going to tell us who the final 2 heroes are then?
It's you, Cheska. It's you and Sitlali. Done.
That's right. Their time is yet to come. Putting pressure on them beforehand will only hinder their development.
What if they don't make it?
I can only trust in the judgment of the Wayab. I have never believed I could solve this crisis alone. In fact, it was precisely because I chose to trust and rely on others. NATLAN's salvation lies not in its Archon or any singular individual, but in us all.
Does that mean
You're quite perceptive, aren't you? I thought I might get away with avoiding the topic.
Huh? Oh, right! All of the stuff you stored here before—
Even though I sacrificed my power, I still needed a contingency plan. After all, I was the one who allowed you to take that risk, and Mualani has an important role. In addition to their sentimental value, The items I stored here held a much more important purpose. Fuel.
Fuel?
Yes. The stories embodied by those items are certainly important, but there's an even more significant trait they all share. Every item belonged to a hero of NATLAN.
So she literally used the power of stories and the power of their history, their past.
Over time, they became imbued with a certain amount of contending fire from on their own. Each item's power is limited, but together, their combined effect can prove quite useful in a dire situation. By burning those items, I was able to activate the contending fire stored within them to open the boundary between the two worlds. It was a rather crude approach, so all their power was depleted in an instant.
But weren't they all precious treasures?
That's exactly why I dragged you all here. No matter what, I never wanted the Pyro Archon to have to use that power.
Did that include her picture of her family?
You have nothing to be sorry for. You all deserve my thanks, actually. If you hadn't saved the totem pole, that area of the Night Kingdom would have been forever lost, and then it would only be a matter of time before the Children of Echoes was met with disaster. Besides, when those heroes entrusted their belongings to me, or the Pyro Archon of their time, it was out of a desire to contribute to NATLAN's survival. If they knew those items helped save the present-day heroes of NATLAN, they would not mourn their loss.
Even when you put it that way.
There's no need. The people and the events of the past are never truly lost to us. If you still have regrets, let them fuel your resolve. Your deeds will become new legends.
Well, we'd still...
Well, if that's the case, just treat me to a drink sometime. Now that Kachina has returned,
she's definitely the most chill Archon since Venti.
Celebrate your team's triumph in the Night Warden, and we could all use the rest, that's for sure. Plus, you'll be able to silence...
Still, now that I know the danger we're facing, having a victory feast doesn't feel right.
Or is it more
Try
important
not to
than
let
ever?
It get to you.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Are we playing as Mavwika? What is this? Okay. Just a cutscene. If we were going to play as Mavwika, that would have been nuts. What is that? Is that the Night Kingdom too? That's the flame?
When I was young, I used to sit by the hot springs and listen to the stories of warriors from all over NATLAN. They attract people from all walks of life. Friends come easy here, no matter what tribe you're from. The people of the springs have never claimed the hot springs as their own private property. They are there to bring all hot spring buddies together. It's been really nice, seeing the children of my tribe get older. It's helped me gradually understand the true value of the springs. I've witnessed their energy, their determination, their absolute passion for life. Even when they cause trouble, I never managed to hold on to my anger for long. It's unbelievable how quickly they worm their way back into my good graces. I'm certain Mualani will become a great warrior when she grows up. She possesses infinite potential. I can see it. One day, when I'm no longer in fighting form, I'll come here and tell stories to all the children, just like those warriors did for me.
Cool. So is this like the true Night Kingdom?
You better get busy, Pyro Archon, or I'll end up running out of stories.
Again, I think we're playing as the Pyro Archon. Come on, let me just walk around as her. Ah, jerk, you're teasing me. What is that flame? That's the talking stick.
Our nation is engulfed in darkness. Our tribes stand divided, and yet you promise victory in the distant future. The Abyss is a cunning enemy.
So we know Tanakh was a member of the
many times.
The Children of the
Echoes.
Echoes.
I would never understand exercising this degree of caution. My rage will never know absolution, and my power will no longer aid you in victory. But you came to me because you knew you could convince me with just a single sentence. I understand your choice. The heroes of today will forge the path ahead with blood and fire. Just remember to earn us the victory we owed.
So he's the greatest hero of NATLAN.
Otherwise, rest assured, I'll find a way to collect the debt. For NATLAN.
Whose name was never remembered, but he himself still is. Again, I hope this all leads us to that mysterious fire we saw.
So,
Tacos.
you're gonna head 500 years
Her mother
in
and
the
her
future
sister.
to surface the Pyro Archon again?
Oh god, it wasn't her current one, it was her family from 500 years ago. Oh, that's so sad.
But what about the you from right now? You're just gonna die?
You can't ask her those questions and expect her to answer, my dear. The decision is hers to make, and she deserves our support. We will do everything we can to rebuild the tribes. Don't you worry. Even across time, we will all do our part to fight for NATLAN's future.
I like how they made, like, unique hairstyles for mom and sister.
Mom's right. We'll always believe in you, sis. Oh, seriously though, Dad should be...
I imagine he didn't know what to say, so he chose not to come at all. Just remember, no matter what happens in the future, we will always love you.
That's why she was thinking about what her sister... I was curious if her sister died. Because she said, as I recall, she became an architect and built a great many buildings.
I'll come find
But she
you one
spoke in
day.
the past tense.
I know I can't live that long, but I'll think of something.
That better be in her
Has to
character
be a way
story.
for us to meet again one day. If there's an answer out there somewhere, I'm gonna find it. So, don't forget about me.
That was good.
If that's your decision, then you have my full
Gendy.
support, Archon.
May our children live to see such a lovely son.
For NATLAN!
No one fights alone.
All the heroes. This is good. I don't know if it's earned. I don't know if we have spent enough time with her to...
The rules are my legacy. They shall grant us the strength to overcome the next tragedy.
That's Xbalanque.
War forged the 6 tribes, taught us how to fight, instilled in us what it means to love.
Who will be the one to bring this to an end?
Voices of the past, are those all the previous Archons?
We are the inheritors of memory and legend. Those who grew alongside sun and wind. Those who forged our own destiny and future. That is NATLAN's fire. The lifeblood of our nation.
When we originally heard that NATLAN was the nation of war, I pictured it so differently, but making it about the legacy of why we fight and heroes is so fascinating.
Shockwave! Hey, Koichi! You here for the victory feast too?
Oh, no. I knew Chaska would be here, so... No, it's not that I don't want to celebrate Kachina and the others. I'm so glad she made it back.
Well, you two had a fight, so Paimon can understand.
She didn't cause any trouble during your trip, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah, she was super helpful. She gave us a lot of useful information about the Abyss.
That's good.
Is there a reason you asked? You were pretty outspoken when we first met, but...
Maybe it seemed unreasonable, picking that fight with her before you left. Her impulse to fight is extremely strong. Her mental strength helps her rein it in, but she still loses control sometimes.
So
she's a berserker. I really like that.
Okay,
I kind of want to see berserk.
Maybe it sounds a little
Chaska.
stupid, but it works pretty well. It helps her keep her cool for a little while. Anyway, I'm just glad you...
But do you really have to go that far? Can't you just talk it out?
No way. Chaska never
Harlan.
opens up about her own pain, especially to her family. She can't learn about this. I
respect your
appreciate the
decision.
understanding, and don't worry. Oh, and if you ever need a doctor, you know who to find.
Baiju.
Huh. Who would have thought there was a deeper reason behind their arguing?
They're trying to look out for each other in their
In
own
the
way.
end, it's all the Abyss's fault.
Speaking of Baiju, the one thing I want in this game that I think would just be the coolest is whenever we get to our final arcs, I want to see all the characters of all the regions coming together. Like, if we got like a defense force comprised of Clorand, who are the best like fighters, Chevreuse, good soldiers, Dea, Ito, Sara, Goro, like all them paired together, Eula, and then we got a team of all like the spies and investigators teamed up. Linny and Lynette, Mika, Sino, the investigation team, you know? We got all of them to team up. Then all the healers, doctors, you have Baiju, Sijuin, all of them team up. I'll throw Sucrose on there with her alchemy. Barbara, I think that would be just like the coolest, you know? Seeing all these characters of similar archetypes from all the regions working together. I think of all the babies, the baby Tapetlosaur is my favorite. The little pats that it does when it's excited. That. Very cute.
Need some high calorie. Don't worry, I always win anyway.
All right, let's Ooh, delicious fried tripping balls. All right, let's see the final scene. So I'm gonna have to start updating my... Oh, hey! That's the chief from the Children of the Echoes! Breaking it down! Alright. Ooh, this is a new song. I don't recognize this one yet.
Let's give a huge round of applause to our brave young warrior, Kachina!
Woohoo! Well done, Kachina. Thank you, everyone.
I always knew you could do it. With so much potential at your age, you have a great future ahead of you.
You're one to talk. Don't think I didn't know you were the first person to abandon your team. I'll be dealing with you when we get back.
I had no choice. My friend invited me. I couldn't just say no.
Oh, really? So you weren't just trying to get ahead in the first round?
I wasn't, I swear. I just happened to find that bearer injured in the wild. So I stopped to bandage his wound. When he insisted on repaying the favor, what was I supposed to do? I'm just one person. I figured Kachina would have no trouble replacing me.
Oh, is he one of the two guys that bailed in the
The fact of
beginning?
the matter is that after your departure, everyone else started thinking about swapping teams.
I'm really
Oh,
sorry, Kachina.
no, he was
It was
Talco.
wrong of us to abandon you like that.
It's amazing that you still made it all the way through to the Night Warden War.
So, what about you guys?
Those two.
Did you make it far?
Those two were the two that abandoned in the beginning.
Our team captain drank too much the night before the competition and turned up late to the stadium on the day. We got disqualified.
Sucks to suck. That's what you get for bailing.
Serves you all right. No sympathy from me.
Alright. There's no need to be like that, Uncle. Dear friends, I'd like to say a few words.
So those were my former teammates. Apparently that guy in the back who we've never met before bailed first, which led these two to jump ship.
I'm grateful to my friends and our great Archon for helping to bring me back. This traveler and her companion Paimon are some of the strongest people I've ever met. If they were allowed to participate in the pilgrimage, I have no doubt that they'd win the whole thing. They've agreed to let me learn from them. With their help, I believe I can become
Apprentice
even stronger
Kachina.
still. And let's not forget my good friends, Moalani, Chaska, Kanich, and Ayan-san. They all helped the Traveler and Paimon figure out a way to bring me back from the Night Kingdom. They too deserve to be called our heroes. So, please give another round of applause for them. Thank you so
Skulls.
Well said.
Slanta.
I'll drink
Nostrovia.
that.
How does it feel being a hero?
To be honest, it's a bit... Well, you better get used to it. Next up, undefeated champion!
I'm also going to be a champion coach.
Please don't make fun of me.
Break it down, Kachina. Break it down, Kachina. Come on, bust it. Oh, for a second I thought that was Atea. I'm like, Atea, what are you doing? She has Atea's haircut. Alright, so we got Bakal. We got the guy who betrayed us. So I clearly have to update my list of crazy stuff that happened during the Cataclysm. So what we know about the Cataclysm. Obviously, we know that the monsters invaded en masse, and they were the Rift Wolves created by Gold. There we go, that's what I wanted to see. Conria was destroyed by the Heavenly Principles during the Cataclysm. The two of the Knights of Favonius, Oraldan and Rostam, that they died the Bloodstained Night, but that's also part of Signora's backstory. Durin was sent away and attacked Mondstadt and Dvalin. So that was all during the Cataclysm. Leeway, the Iron Meteorite struck the chasm and released all the monsters that Morax and the Middle-earth had to stop. And that's when it was the Yaksha, Bosacius, and the Mortal. Sick.
I've been through so much all at once. Everything still kind of feels... Are you still feeling unwell? Nope, all better now. I bet you guys must be tired, though.
Obviously, we talked about it earlier, Inazuma, that's when... that's when Makoto, the Electro Archon, died. That's when Takamine, the Mist-Splitter, and Mikoshi Chiyo, the Oni, fought the forces of the Abyss. Takamine was overwhelmed and disappeared into the Abyss, eventually became corrupted. Chiyo was swallowed by a beast of sin, a tiger with a snake head.
I can do it!
She ate her way out from the inside but was corrupted and fought
I can definitely do it!
Kitsune Saigo was turned to filth. And then when A finally left, she found Makoto dying. Fontaine. That's when Egeria died in Tsunigi Hollow in Sumeru, and Focalors took over. But she also made the tree that sealed the abyss in Sumeru. That's when all the stuff with the Golden Troop, the Great Beast Alliance appeared, the Narcissenkreuz Institute. That's when Alliance was killed and the Melusine were born. There are theories that Alliance was another creation of Rheindotter. Sumeru, the king of the forest, died. Rukkhadevata traveled to the Hollow to purify the Amrita pool. Yeah.
My apologies. I knew more than I let on. Everything comes at a price, and most heroes aren't people who set out to become a hero. If you cling too tightly to your goal, you end up losing things that are far more precious. But in any case, I wonder how long before the two final heroes appear. From the Flower Feather Clan and the Masters of the Night Wind.
Not long. Probably the next patch. Again, I truly believe we haven't met Citlali yet, but we've heard about her, and Chaska's right there, so...
At previous victory feasts, you'd always find me in the crowd singing and dancing. But after what I found out today, it's too much. I'm still trying to process it.
It does feel weird seeing you so out of sorts.
Natlan's fall isn't set in stone.
Is this another pearl of wisdom based on your adventuring experience?
Yes.
Well, Paimon agrees with the Traveler.
You're right. Kachina looks really happy. Ugh, enough doom and gloom.
There you go. Oh, she's actually out there? There you
Hi,
go.
Kachina. Don't be.
Dance. Dance, you fools.
It cost us a lot, but we got Kachina back safely. And there'll be even
I like the little
tougher
bone on her
challenges
head.
coming our way in
Is that a
days
baby
ahead, though.
Tepetlosaur skull?
Train
Because that's kind
harder,
of messed up.
Make sure we're in peak condition. That includes you, Paimon. I can do a special one-off session to show you the ropes. It cost us a lot. There'll be even... That includes...
It's rare to meet travelers as strong and brave as yourselves. Anyway, my sister's already gone back to her...
Oh, we actually ran into her on the way here.
Yeah. I'm planning on visiting home myself in a few days. To tell her and the rest of the family that they need to be extra careful. The Abyss has likely sensed your arrival in NATLAN by now.
I very much want to play as Chaska. She seems like my kind of character. For, innocent reasons. I like elf ears. That's it. That's what it is. And I like pirate hats. Although Ian-san with that super punch, like, she's 100% going to be an on-field attacker electro character. And I could see her being an Anemo support. And then you got the Defender and a DPS. I don't know what role Kanish is going to play yet. But he's coming out soon.
Ah, you're here. Have some fruit juice.
He's
I
the
got
second
it
half of this
specially
patch.
For you two. You look like you've still got questions. Ask away.
Why didn't you get the heroes of the past to join you in this
Because
age?
they had their own lives to live. The thought of telling them, abandon your families and everyone you love, and come with me to the end of time. For in 500 years, Natlan will be destroyed. It seemed too cruel. You could just as easily point out that everything in this world would come to an end eventually.
True.
Life is short. And beyond a point,
It's a little
it just
not nihilistic.
doesn't seem real. Imagine if I said, let's leave right now and go save the sun because it'll flame out in a few million years. It would sound quite ridiculous. I couldn't make them shoulder that burden with me. Besides, every generation will have its heroes, this one included. The plan could still work without them, or, of course, without me.
Paimon's suddenly remembering that portrait in your room. Was that your family from back then?
Yes, it was. So when you asked me who my sister grew up to be, the truth is that very little information survived. From what I've been able to piece together, I can conclude with a reasonable degree of confidence that she ended up as an architect and artist. She played an instrumental role in rebuilding the scions of the Canopy tribe.
They were scions, yep.
Designing and building many houses. But of course, none of her buildings are around anymore. Still, it was an impressive achievement, and I'm very proud of her.
That's sweet.
You feel loss keenly. It seems to stir up feelings of regret in you. But this is something I have long since come to terms with. This is a war, and there can be no war without loss. I am already far more fortunate than those who lost their lives to the Abyss. The people of NATLAN look to me as their Archon, and the weight of their expectations is mine to bear. I must see our fate through to the very end, no matter what I may find there.
That's actually what I wanted to ask you, if you're already aware of fate.
Yeah, doesn't that mean the way everything ends has already been written?
I suppose, but so what? Don't forget, time takes many forms. Even if the future ends in destruction, there's still no reason to give up on the here and it's precisely because we humans cannot know our fate that we will never give up on our... This is a pivotal moment. Well, 3 to be precise. There's one further hero who I'm hoping to get on my side, whatever it takes. Your resistance to the corrupting power of the Abyss is truly remarkable. It would easily make you an all-important figure in the upcoming battle. If you agree to join us, you will not only gain my full support in your journey, but I will also forge a brand new ancient name for you.
So my theory that the Traveler might die and be resurrected and learn a lot of information in that process is possible.
Ancient names can be forged?
They can. Several strict conditions must be met, but if they couldn't be forged at all, then the number of them in circulation would have long dwindled to 0. Possessing an ancient name would mean that your adventures in NATLAN are recorded in full. Your stories would be remembered by The Ode of Resurrection may have temporarily lost its power, but still. Take this as my personal guarantee that I shall never let you fall. Just like in the Night Kingdom, I will be there for you. That is a promise I will fulfill at all costs. This nation always honors its heroes.
I'm good, I just want to help people.
We can't just ignore the situation here.
Wonderful. Then I'll reach out to Shilonen right away. She's the one who will forge the name.
Oh, Leopard Mommy?
We've never forged an ancient name for an Outlander before, but I trust she'll find a way.
Black stone under a white stone.
My lord, we've received word that the Pyro Archon has lost much of her power.
Are we getting a captain?
Although your injury complicates
Rezanov.
things, this is most certainly the opportune time to seize the Gnosis.
Victory and defeat are rules, not outcomes. I have never taken advantage of an opponent in a time of weakness, and I don't intend to start now. As for you, I must confess, I did not expect that little trick of yours to save the day.
No matter how dense the fog, as long as the sun remains, we cannot turn day into night. She could have dispelled it. She simply chose not to. You don't have much time, and you're injured on top of that.
Is this,
I'm beginning to see just how useful you may turn out to be. You heard something from here, didn't you?
Cornerstone of Stars and Flames. Plus some free primos. Dope. Where was that?
Something else you'd like to ask?
More info? Yeah. The captain.
Well, our intel suggests he hasn't made any new movements yet. Although Kenichi's investigation helped us confirm that he's being aided by someone from the Masters of the Nightwind.
We saw him with another character. Auroron, right? So could it be Auroran who's helping him? Because it was definitely a male voice. Right? Cheska, Sitlali, Eonson, Kachina. Yeah, so the only males are Kenich, Auroran that we know of so far. And Auroran was seen in the company. From his colors, he has like some purples in him. I could see him being from that tribe. Okay.
I'm getting closer to narrowing down who that may be, but it's still unclear whether this person aided the captain out of willingness or coercion. If you learn anything about this during your adventures... something else...
About the elemental energy.
The Abyss is the most formidable enemy in all of Teyvat. In the beginning, it took failure and tragedy to even begin to learn how to fight back. All of the methods you've seen in other nations were developed based on experience and insight passed down over generations. It's the same for the method we use here in NATLAN. Ever since ancient times, elemental energy has been one of our most reliable weapons against the Abyss. As for the principles behind it, I'm afraid you might have to seek answers from someone older than the position of Pyro Archon itself.
Like a sovereign dragon?
Something else you'd like to ask?
The absence of people from NATLAN and other nations. Yeah, why don't people leave?
That also comes down to the long-standing effects of the Abyss. Our people's survival is inextricably tied to the Wyab, but their power has its limits. They cannot offer our people the same degree of protection outside our borders. In fact, people who do decide to leave often suffer from memory loss and emotional issues. Everyone in NATLAN understands this. That's why our people never leave without a good cause. Even if someone is left with no choice, the chief of their tribe must seek approval with the Wyab to grant them leave. And the Wyab have always been very strict about granting that approval.
I bet it's going to change after the story ends, so they can...
means consuming power reserved for our fight against the Abyss.
I believe after this war with the Abyss is done, probably in... They said part of the story is not going to be continued in 4.2, it'll be in 4.3. So the main story is going to be 5.0, 5.1, and 5.3. They're skipping 5.2. For some reason. So I'm guessing in 5.3, the Night Warden Wars will end, along with the story arc. And that is when the Wyab will free the people, and after that point, they're going to be able to explore other nations and take part in other events.
Still, there's no need to worry. The Wyab extend their protection to all within NATLAN. Something else?
How come the elemental energy is so weak?
It's rare to meet travelers. Anyway.
Oh, we actually...
Yeah. The Abyss has
like... So they didn't change. Alright, well I think... No? I thought we were going to get a Mulan story quest.
Going out to have fun is, well, going out. So just show up and I'll handle the rest.
Alright, well that's it, guys. We are done with Act 2. now? Can I go? I just want to see, are they still partying in there? Nope, looks like the party is over. It's still kind of cool that we can come back in here, though. Alright. But Act 2 is done. T2 help? What does that help? T2 liberate the souls of the tribe's ancestors. Failed to find the panacea. Obtain the token needed for the pilgrimage to the volcano and the ruins of the Sage of the Stolen Flame. The Stolen Flame would be the Turnfire event. We heard about that. Oh, no.
Carving waves!
Alright, let's turn it in. Oh, we got 2 more. I was right, so the billets are at every 3rd level. So 3, 13, 23, okay. If we get a Sanctifying Elixir every 10 levels, that's pretty good.
You can only do so much on your own, but with a group, anything's possible.
We got another Shrine to the Depths. Which I think I saw one. Was this a Shrine to the Depths? No, it was just a point of interest that I actually solved. There it was.
The best stuff's always at the bottom.
All right. There's a chest over there. A chest over there. All right. So we are done for the day. I might just do some generic exploring. But we will be back to do probably one more stream of 5.0. Because we have all these tiny side quests to do. Right? There's this one right there. And then there's all of the tribe quests. This one's now available. It was not available before. Let me check one thing. Cool. So we're done with the world exploration quests for this tribe. This just says coming soon. I don't love that. And this one was in 2 weeks. $16 days. You know what? Hold on. 16 days are left on this banner, because that's when Kinich is going to be playable. At some point during that quest, you're playing as Kinich. That's why it's not available just yet. Got it. Done. And this one is the only one that's available right now. Okay. So tomorrow we will do the Tribal Chronicle for the People of the Spring. And we will knock out the rest of the world quests. And also tomorrow, the final... these will unlock in 4 hours. But that will be available tomorrow. Which means we'll be able to max out that weapon. Now, this is interesting. See this? We saw Tupac in that vision, and he had a giant war maul. But this Ash Graven drinking horn, a ritual passed down, they say this was once a treasure valued, yet never used by the hero giant Tupac. That makes sense. There you go. So he wielded this drinking horn, but never used it because he used a warhammer. You know what? That's kind of cool. Well, that was a very cool quest, and it raises a lot of... We got a lot of interesting information that I'm going to be parsing through to try and figure out what it all means and how it connects to the greater lore. We learned a little bit more about dragons. We learned a lot more about Natlan's time during the Abyss. So obviously the heroes are going to tie in a lot. And trying to figure out who's who and how their stories tie together is going to be important.
Let's ride!
Alright, let's finish this fast.
Amazing! Action at the flame! Damn!
Let's round them up! Can't hide!
La la la! Right here!
That was quick.
Shower me with the...
Alright. I'm probably just going to keep exploring for now. But that's... I should probably stop. We're just shy of 5 hours. Guys, what are you doing? I really am genuinely curious of how this is all going to tie in, where this is going to go. I think my theories of the Traveler dying and being given an ancient name and brought back is going to hold true. And I think that's it. Maybe that's when we'll unlock Pyro. Because all the Pyro energy is inside the Sacred Flame. So maybe that's when we'll have a greater connection to it. That could be something. Alright. Well, before I keep spinning my wheels in Theory Crafted, let me just say thank you so much for joining me. Obviously, a couple of you, thanks for chatting with me tonight. Big shout-outs to Nick and High Chloride. Nick the Elusive the Goat. And I gotta follow. Really appreciate you guys. And K Maddox. Hey, K, how you been? Yeah, just wrapping up here, but really good to see you. So thank you very much. I will be back probably to stream this tomorrow afternoon. Oh wait, no. Let me see. Probably Monday. Yeah, I'll probably be back to stream this on Monday. But I might stream a game tomorrow after midday around noon. Probably Paper Mario. Alright. Thanks so much for joining me. Until next time, stay awesome. Peace.